Hi there. My name is Loknath Giri. I have around 16 years of experience as an data architect. I myself is an Oracle certified professional. So in this course, we will be discussing about the real life questions on SQL. So now question comes, who will be benefited from this course? So basically the developers who are preparing for the SQL interviews and ETL developers who are preparing for their ETL job interviews, as SQL is also part of that, right? And think about it, you want to tune your queries. You just change in your mapping, write a good query, and you can save a lot of mappings, right? Think about a ODI developer perspective. In the knowledge module itself, you can change the query and you can tune your mappings. And also, let somebody wants to brush up their skills in SQL. I have covered a lot of things. Let's go and see the topics I have covered. I have made some groups so that it will be easy to memorize it. So starting with the Oracle basics, here we have discussed about the different versions, normalization, and a lot of things. And next is Oracle basic architecture. So I have discussed here and put a lot of questions on architecture which are needed for the developers. It's not the perspective of a DBA, so that it will be helpful whenever you go for interview, you can easily answer that. The next one is SQL. SQL itself, I have categorized different kind of SQL. You'll find top-end queries, you'll find operators, you'll find single row functions, you'll find group and aggregate functions, hierarchical queries, then you'll find analytical queries. So a lot of things I have covered in SQL. Then displaying data from multiple tables. I have discussed a lot of, you can say, on joins. And table is the major part of a database, right? It's the most important object of a database. So I have categorized it specially and given one chapter on that. So a lot of questions on table. Then SQL command types. You will find different kind of commands. So you'll find something like DDL, DML, DCL, then your TCL. So different kind of commands. Then constraints. Then I have given another topic like other objects. So acceptable other objects, think about it like index, synonyms, sequence, views, then your privileges, roles, a lot of things are covered there. The next is the flashback query. This is a advanced topic. I have put it so that you can easily answer it. Think about you drop a table by mistake, how to retrieve back. And let you by mistake updated some very important data or very critical data. So how can you see the history? Then managing data in different time zones. This is also very important factors because nowadays the applications are designed across multiple time zones, right? And your application is accessed by the people across different countries, different time zones, how to handle it. So a lot of questions I have discussed on that. So total around 150 plus different type of questions. So this will definitely help you to clear the interview with ease. So hopefully, let's see in the course. Hi there. Let's go to the first questions on Oracle SQL basics. What is the Oracle version you are currently working? There could be some other questions related to Oracle version. Let's go through them. What are the different versions of Oracle? What is I in 8i and 9i? What G stands for in 10G and 11G? What is C in 12C, 18C and 19C? What is the free version of Oracle database available? Let's see only one slide and try to answer all of them. You notice that there are versions like 7, 8i, 9i, 10g, 11g, 12c, 18c, 19c. So these are all licensed versions from 7 to 19c. I stands for internet, G stands for grid, C stands for cloud. There is a free Oracle version available that is called Oracle XE. Is a lighter version of Oracle. You can maximum save data up to 12 gigabytes. That is absolutely free. This is basically for trainers and the student who want to learn Oracle. And this Oracle XE version almost supports similar features like enterprise editions. Let's see few more pointers. First commercial version was 2.3 by Oracle. 7 to 19c, if you want to commercialize, you need to pay Oracle. Means if you develop any product and you want to sell it, you have to pay Oracle. Now hopefully you can answer all the questions, right? Let's go to next question. Let's go to our next question. What is SQL? This is also a mostly asked question. Let's see what all other question can be asked on SQL. Who is the father of RDBMS? What is ANSI standard in SQL? Let's see the history of SQL so that we can answer it much better way. 1970, F. Code, he was working in IBM, published a paper. The paper was Relational Model of Data for Large Shared Bank. This idea was taken by IBM and published the first relational software that was called SQL. And 1979, the Relational Software Inc. was formed. And the most important thing happened in 1986. The reason behind is after 1978, there were many companies who jumped into the bandwagon of developing relational databases. And in 1986, American National Standard Institute, ANSI, and International Organization for Standardization, ISO, they framed some guideline and coding standard for two reasons. Let's see that. What was interpretability and other was standardization. What is interpretability? This means if you develop your code in one database, you should be able to port into another. Simple example is, let you develop your code in Oracle, you should be able to port it in SQL Server. If you develop your code in SQL Server, you should be able to port in Sybase. If you develop in Sybase, you should be port it in some other database. Apart from that, the second factor was standardization. Means there should be standard across all the relational databases so that one database can easily interact with another. Now, who is the father of RDBMS? You can tell Dr. F. Code is known as the father of RDBMS. Let's see the definition of SQL. What is SQL? SQL is structured query language. It is a computer language used for storing, manipulating, and retrieving data stored in a relational database. This means let you have developed some application using some front-end language like Java, JSP, ASP, ASP.NET, PHP, whatsoever, but you always need SQL whenever you are going to interact with a relational database. That's why SQL is very important. It was made a common standard language across relational databases by ANSI, American National Standards Institute. So you can answer that. That's why SQL is ANSI standard. So hopefully you can answer this question much better way. So let's go to next question. So the next question is, what is normalization? So this is also mostly asked questions. Let's see what are the related questions on normalization. What is first degree normalization or NF1? What is second degree normalization or NF2? What is third degree normalization? There is normalization up to NF5, but if you answer first, second and third, that is well enough. Let's try to understand only two words. You can answer all these three normalization quite easily. I think this is the table we have seen maybe 1,000 times or more than that. This is our employee table. So let's try to understand two words. One is called direct dependency. One is called indirect or transitive dependencies. So let's see the example. Smith works in a department called research. Scott works in a department called research. Clerk works in a department called accounting. This means an employee is directly related to a department. So this is called direct dependency. Let research department is located in Dallas. So now employee works in Dallas because research department is in Dallas. That's why employee name and the location is called indirect dependencies or transitive dependencies. Let's see that. Employee to department and department to location, these are direct dependencies. And employee to location, this is called transitive dependencies. If we understand these two concepts well, we can answer all these three normalization quite easily. Let's see that. This is our employee table. Let's see our first normalization concept, NF1. The first degree of normalization tells the record of the employee has to be unique. Means employee name, job, manager, sal, department and location. If I together take one record, it has to be unique. There is another Smith, but there should be something different in either job, manager or sal or department or location to identify the uniqueness of the record. Let's see the NF1 definition. All record must be unique. So kindly note that there is no key defined in NF1. There is no primary key concept. There is no foreign key concept. So let's see the second normal form. In second normal form, we have taken out the direct dependency to another table. If you see that employee and the department, they are directly related. So we have taken out as another table. So if you see that research Dallas, accounting New York has been taken to another table. So what is the table name we have given now? Department table with the keys, and In employee table also we have given the employee number as the keys or the primary key. Now department number here is the foreign key referring to the department number of department table. 20 referring to this 20, 10 is referring to this 10, and so 20 is referring to this 20. Let's see the definition. NF2 must satisfy the NF1. Then primary key and foreign keys are defined. Direct dependencies taken into new table with IDs. We can see that the department table is taken out with the IDs. Let's see the third normal form. In third normal form, the indirect dependencies or the transitive dependency is taken out. Now see that this is our employee table, this is our department table, and this is our location table. Location and employee, they are transitive dependencies, right? Now you see that research is in Dallas, sales is in Dallas, and accounting is in New York. So instead of repeating now to Dallas, what you have done is you can see that we have taken out this as the new table with location ID. 1 is Newark, 2 is Dallas, and we have added a foreign key in the department table, location ID. This ID is referring to this location ID. The 2 is now referring to location ID 2. So let's see the definition. So NF3 should always satisfy NF2, and all the transitive dependencies and redundant data taken into new table with IDs. Let's revise it. What is normalization? Normalization is to reduce dependencies, reduce storage by removing redundant data. There are majorly till third degree normalization. There is up to 5, but if you know till third, that is well enough. NF1, each record in the table must be unique. NF2 must satisfy NF1 plus find the unique key and assign primary keys. Direct dependent redundant data taken into new table. NF3 must satisfy NF2 plus transitive dependency redundant data taken into new table. Hopefully you can answer this question. Let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's go to the next question, is how SQL query works. It's a very important question. In this case, we have to tell what are the different stages of a SQL query. I have a small diagram. Just try to see and analyze it. I'll just write a small query. I want to find the salary of an employee called King. Select sal from EMP where ename equal to King. So this SQL statement goes through steps, like first one is syntax check. So first we'll try to understand what is syntax. So we'll find what are the keywords used in this query. So you'll see this keywords. Select from where there is one equal operator, right? So in syntax check, it all check the keywords. So what it does is check all the keywords. So everything is fine or not. Once syntax check is done, what it does is it goes to semantics check. Let's try to analyze what this semantics check is. it is in two steps. So first step is called data dictionary check. So I'll just write it down, data dictionary check. First is data dictionary check. Second is called security check. I'll just move it little down. Okay, security check. Security or privilege. So what is data dictionary check? Data dictionary check is like whenever we are firing the query, it has some table, right, from where we are trying to fetch the data. This is the table name employee. This is the column name, right? So these will be checked in the data dictionary, employee and the table and the column names, whether really they are exist or not. Instead of sal, let use something like sal1. It will definitely throw an error that column does not exist. So from where it gets it? From the data dictionary available in the database. Now, second is like security or privilege check. What is that? Let's think about this. There is a user called something like X. X has fired this query. Now, this table is in Scott's schema. If Scott has not given permission, can he really able to see the data? No. So, can is security check. So that if the user has read permission, then only he can fire this query and see the data. Otherwise, it will throw an error. The table does not exist. So now let's check what is the third step. So once the semantics check is done, it try to find whether the SQL is there in shared pool or not. Shared pool is something like is a part of the SQL. So what happens is whenever somebody fire a query, right, it try to find the query is already there in server pool or not. If that is not there in SQL pool, they call it something like SQL pool. So if not there in pool, what it does it keep a copy in server pool and try to find the best possible way to execute the query. So that is the part of optimization. Okay, optimization is something like, think about it. I have to go A to B, right? So it is something like I can go this way or another way, okay? Or there is another way to reach also B. So optimizer has to find what is the least cost or the most cost effective way to reach from one destination to other, right? So in this case, what optimizer does is what is the most cost effective way to fetch the data so that the resource utilization will be less. Then the second step is to source row generation. What is the source row generation is like? It is a generating the query plan. So out of this multiple plans, which plan has to execute? So it decides that. Then after that, there is the execution. So execution, what it does it goes to the either the buffer cache or the physical file to read the data and give it back to the user. So here now two things. If the SQL query is there already in server pool, what it does is it directly bypass the optimizer and row source generation, directly does the execution. So that case, if already there server pool, that will avoid these two steps. So if it avoid these two steps, that is called soft parse. If the query is not there in server pool, it does a hard parse. Hard parse is something like it's not there in server pool. So it has to go through optimizer as well as something like row source generation, then finally execution. So this is the question mostly the interviewer asks it. So you can just go through and you can just memorize it, how the SQL statement goes through step by step, and you can tell it to the interviewer. So hopefully you can answer it well. So let's move to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to next question. What is context switch? So in this case, we should know what is SQL engine and what is PLSQL engine. Let's go to the diagram and try to understand it. So how the Oracle works whenever we fire a query. Okay, let's check it. So whenever the client machine connect, right, it connects the database engine through the listener and through the SQL star net. So listener is some kind of network traffic which takes the request to the database engine. So if you see that there are majorly two types of engine. One is called SQL engine and one is called PLSQL engine. And majorly the SQL engine deals with the database, not the PLSQL engine. So I'll just write a small piece of code and we'll try to understand it. This is a PLSQL construct, like a block of program. So if you see that there is a declare section, there is a variable. So this variable is a PLSQL variable. Next is enter into the begin. So you'll find a for loop. This is part of PLSQL. And there is a select statement, right? This is part of SQL. And there is an AND loop. And finally, there is an AND, right? Now we'll understand it, how this block of program switches the engine. Whenever it reaches the for loop, this is the part of PLSQL. So this goes to the PLSQL engine, okay? So whenever it traverses the first iteration, there is a select count into this, right? So this is part of SQL. So here, this piece of code goes to a SQL engine. Now there is a DBMS output. DBMS output put line is part of PLSQL. So this piece of code goes to PLSQL engine. Again, next iteration, it goes to the PLSQL engine, then SQL engine, then PLSQL engine, then PLSQL engine, then again PLSQL engine, then SQL engine. So you see that I am iterating 5 times. So there is how many switches? It is 5 times there is a switch between the PLSQL and SQL engine. This switch of engines is called context switch. So this is now pretty simple, right? You can easily answer this question. Okay, let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's go to the next question. What is the difference between SQL and PLSQL? Let's go to the difference and try to analyze it. So what is SQL? SQL is database structured query language. So SQL always deals with the database engine. But what about PLSQL? PLSQL is procedure language. Basically, if you see PLSQL, right, it is part of Oracle. So if you see anywhere PLSQL, definitely it is Oracle. But if there is SQL, SQL can be part of SQL Server, it could be part of MySQL, could be Sybase, could be Oracle. Here maybe we are taking a difference of Oracle SQL, and it is basically a language which deal with the database. So now second is it directly interact with the database server. So SQL always directly interact with. Similarly, PLSQL is just opposite. It cannot directly interact with database. Always it takes help of SQL. So we already saw that, right? How PLSQL engine takes help of SQL engine to interact with the database, right? No supported control structure. So it is like mostly basic syntax you will find, something like insert, update, delete, or granting some kind of privilege. So it is like no much of control structures. But if you see that in PLSQL, a lot of extension is there, loops are there, lot of different constructs are there. So now we'll see that SQL can be embedded in PLSQL. It's something like inside PLSQL, you have to embed it whenever you deal with the database. Okay, but PLSQL cannot be embedded in SQL. So it is not possible. You just cannot write a PLSQL inside and you can execute it. So the final thing is it's a data oriented language, and PLSQL is basically a application oriented language. So at least you remember a few points. If somebody asks you a question, hopefully you will be answer this. Let's move to the next question. Hi there. Let's move to the next question. What are SQL and PLSQL data types? This is not a mostly asked question, but if somebody asks you, if you have little understanding, you can answer this. So let's see that what data types are supported in SQL, what is supported in PLSQL. I think I'll just try to draw a small diagram. Let there is a PLSQL block. You might have seen like this, right? There is a declare. Let you have declare, begin, and end, right? So whatever you declare here, so after declare, right, any variable you set it, right, something like var1, let us number, or so this can be anything, right? These are all PLSQL variables. So var2 maybe something like, you can put PLS integer. There are lot of variables in PLSQL than SQL. So SQL is something like mostly whichever are supported as, if you see the data types of a column or maybe collections. Okay, so these are part of SQL. So I have a small table and see that which data type is supported in SQL, which is supported in PLSQL. So let's try to see the table. So what is PLS integer? PLS integer is something like a native data type, and let you have lot of calculations. So that case you can use PLS integer because it take less space, so your calculation will be fast. And see that PLS integer is not part of SQL. You cannot declare a PLS integer in SQL. So that is not supported in SQL, but it is supported in PLSQL. Okay. Similarly, binary integer you might have seen in your collection. Simple example I can say, there is a var array or something like a nested table or associative array. So something like index by binary integer, right? So these are supported in PLSQL but not supported in SQL. Similarly, binary float is supported in PLSQL but not supported in SQL. Similarly, Boolean is supported in PLSQL but not supported in SQL. Similarly, the width are also different. Simple example is char. Char in PLSQL is, we see the size quite big, right? 32,767. But in database it is only 2000 bytes. Similarly, varchar 2 is supported both in PLSQL as in SQL, but if you see in PLSQL the size is big, 32,767. But if you see in SQL it is only 4000 bytes. You might have seen, right, whenever you create a table and the column type is varchar2. So what is the maximum size is? Maximum size is only 4000 bytes. So the surprising factor here is, see here, blob and clob, right? You can have collections in PLSQL. Can you see this? In terabytes. But how much data you can store? Maximum 4. And number is almost same, and date is also almost same in PLSQL and SQL. So what question can come is, can you tell a data type which is supported in PLSQL but not supported in SQL? You can definitely tell. And is there any data type which is there in SQL but not there in PLSQL? You will not find, because PLSQL is always superset of SQL. So hopefully you can answer these questions well. So let's move to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to the next question. What is a dual table and a pseudo column? So let's go and see the definition. So dual table is in C schema. It has one column and one record. It mainly used in single row functions like date and numeric functions. So let's go to pseudo columns. Pseudo columns are non-existing columns which behave like column of a table. There are some examples: row ID, row num, level, and sequence. Let's have a small demo. So we can find this, right? There is only one column and there is only one row, right? Okay, let's check that who is the owner of this table. We can find that, right? The owner of this dual table is sys, and there is a public synonym. You will find there is a synonym, public synonym, name is dual. That's why we can directly execute from dual table. If there is only select access on the dual table, we should have given something like this, right? sys.dual. The sys.dual, same age. So let's go and see the pseudo columns. There are some pseudo columns we just noted, right? One is sequence, one is row ID, then there was a row num, right? And one more was level, right? Okay. So one by one we see that. Let's try to find. Yeah, let's query data from employee table. Okay. You'll find that there are columns only: EMP number, ename, job, manager, hire date, right? What I'll do is I'll add row ID. Okay, let's see. I can use something like row ID. Just see that it behaves like another column, right? Can you see this? Along with these columns, row ID also populated, right? Even this is row ID is non-existing, but it is behaving like another column. That's why it is a pseudo column. The row ID is over. Let's check for row num. Instead of, okay, I'll put just row num also, it will work. Row num. Okay, you find this row num something like it is given a continuous sequence number, right? Okay, now we'll use another sequence. Okay, sequence may not be created. I'll just create one sequence. I think sequence is created, right? Okay, along with that only we'll use it, okay? Now this dot next val. Just see that next val, right? Okay. So you can find that. See, row ID, row num, next. This is the sequence, right? Okay, I'll just put this SEQ ID. So all behaving like pseudo column. Level also I can use it. Let's see whether level can I use it here, or I will level. I'll just use CONN connect by level less than equal to let 14. Let's try to see that whether level is also working or not. Yeah. So you can see that level is also working, right? Can you see that? It is working. So you can see that all these four, they are behaving like columns, but actually they are not present in EMP table. So these are called pseudo columns. Hopefully you can easily answer these questions, right? Let's go to next question. Hi there. So let's go to the next question. Can I create a dual table and drop it? Okay, let's go and have a small demo. Okay, I'll just try to query from dual table. Okay, dual table. Okay, fine. Okay, so now I'll try to create another table. Let's see, another dual table. Create table. Same name I'll give. Dual. Column name also I'm putting the same column name. Dummy. Okay. This is varchar 1. Okay. Okay, surprising table is created, right? I'll just insert data also into that. Okay, insert into dual values. Same data also I'll put it. Okay, what about data? Previously it had. Okay, one record inserted. Now try to find from the table. Okay, I saw the same data. Okay, what I'll do is I'll put another record into the table. See that two records are inserted. Okay, I'll just try to query from this table again. See here, there are two records. Okay, just check now. What I'll do is I'll do something like this. Select from sys. That is one record, right? This means whichever table is created now, it is created in my own schema. Okay, so how can I find it? In which schema it is created? We can find from all underscore objects. Okay, where object name equal to dual, right? Okay, let's check that. Okay, see this. So this is actually our schema, okay, and this is the sys schema, and this is the public synonym created in sys schema. Okay, so okay, what I'll do is I'll try to drop the table. What happens? I'll drop table dual. Okay, table is now dropped. Okay, let's see that. Now my own schema table is dropped. If I now execute it, it will query from where? It will query from the sys schema, whichever public synonym it has. So it is a tricky question. If somebody asks you this question, hopefully you can answer that. Okay. Even if the table is there in dual, in sys schema, you will be able to create a dual table in your own schema. But if you create your own schema, it is going to always refer whichever is the local. Okay. If you drop it, you can still access the C schema dual table. Okay, I think this is pretty simple, right? Hopefully you can easily answer this one. Okay, let's go to the next question. Hi there. Uh, in this section, we will discuss about the Oracle basic architecture questions, because Oracle architecture is quite vast, but at least we should know the basic so that we can answer in the interview. Okay, so I have noted down a few questions, like I'll just read it out. We'll just go to uh, the section where we will just go through the some kind of diagrams and try to understand the basic structure, and we can answer these questions. Okay, I'll read it out. What is an Oracle block? What block header contains? What are Oracle extents? What is a segment? What is a table space? Can a table space belong to multiple table spaces? Can a table belong to multiple segments? Can there be same segment in two table spaces? Can index and table stay in same segment? So these are the questions. I will just go through the architecture so that we can answer these questions easily. Let's go to that. Let's try to understand it, the basic storage where the data is stored. So the smallest unit of data storage for Oracle is a block. So if you see that a block size here in the diagram is around 2 KB, and kindly note that the block size can change from 2 KB to around 32 KB. Okay, so that depend often the scenarios, like if you have a OLTP system, then your block size will be small. If you have a OLAP system, then your block size will be bigger. So we will discuss it little later. So now we'll try to understand what a extend is. So extend is something like, is a logical structure which contains some contiguous blocks. So if you see this in this diagram, I have few blocks. So I'll just count it: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this is 1, 2, 3. So 6 into 3 is 18 blocks, right? Total 18 blocks, and each 2 KB. So 18 plus 2 is 32, right? So this extent is size of the total block, which is 36 KB. Similarly, this extent is around 24 KB. Okay, now what is a segment? Segment is of some extent. So if there are few extent, total make a segment. Okay, so I have not added one more thing is, like, see, there are few more segment make a table space. So okay, these are few more segments, it make a table space. Okay, I'll just write it down. Okay, now question can come, can you tell what is the minimum IO possible? So here you can tell that minimum IO here is 1 block size. Okay, so let's think about it. Let in one block there are 10 records, and you try to fetch only one record, right? Oracle cannot fetch only the single record, it will fetch the complete one block. So all the 10 record will be fetched. So minimum IO is always one block. So if the block size is 2 KB, the minimum IO will be 2 KB. If block size is 8 KB, then your minimum IO will be 8 KB, right? Okay. So now this part is clear, right? Block to extend to segments, and segment to table space. Okay. Now we'll try to understand how the smallest unit block looks. So block is, I have some kind of small diagram to make you understand. Okay. So the first part, you can see that this is a header. So what header contains? Header basically contains the address of the block. The first thing what it contains is, I'll just write it down, address of block. Okay. And second thing it contains is types of segment. So, okay, type of segment. What is this type of segment? There are majorly two type of segment. What is called data and one is called index. Whenever you create a table, right, the table data is always stored in a table segment. Whenever you create an index, index is always stored in an index segment. Okay. So block header contain this is, and one more thing it contains is ITL list. So what is this ITL? It is called interested transaction list. So this is TRANS transaction list. Okay. So it is something like, some session is going to update the data. Okay. That session detail will be stored in the block header itself. Okay. Okay. So in header part, these are the things which are stored in header. Okay. Now there are two very important factors is called PCT free and PCT used. PCT free is percentage free and percentage used. There are two parameters. So these are basically in percentage. Okay. Now let's see. PCT free is let 40%. Okay. And PCT use is let 40%. Okay. What this mean? This mean you can store up to data 40% of the block size. Okay. So let this is around 40%. Think about it. Okay. This is around 40%. Okay. So this much data you can utilize. Okay. This much space you can utilize from the block. And what is 40%? That should be always 40% space remaining, or it should not be used. It should be free. So that why, if you update the record, right, so that this space can be utilized. Okay. Now question comes. Okay. I already reached 40%. Can I insert new records? No. Similarly, my free space is now 40%. Can I insert a new record? No, it's not possible. Whenever it reaches a threshold value, it does not allow any new record to come into the block. But always updation is possible. We have already reached 40% and you update the data. So that case, this use space may increase. It may reach to maybe 50%. This may reach to maybe 50%. Okay. Due to updation, that is possible, but Oracle will never allow new record to come in. Now, why this free space is required? Now question comes, right? This is mostly for DMLs. So what happens is, let's see, there is no space. Then if you update some records, let one column was something like, let's think about it was a varchar column, and you have some data which is 100 length, and suddenly let you update it value to around 4000 length, one string. Okay. So what will happen if the whole space is used, the data will spill over to another block. So there will be another block, right? It will spill over to another block. So what will happen is, this is called row chaining. So row chaining chances are quite high if you do not have free space. So to be safer side, Oracle always keeps some free space so that DML can happen. Now, okay, let some records are deleted. Now percentage use has reduced to 30%. Okay. Once this is 30%, use space is 30%, Oracle again allow new record to come in. Okay. So at least you can understand now what is the PCT free, what is PCT used, okay, and what the header contains. Okay. Okay, now let's go to the question and we'll try to answer them. Let's see the first question. What is a block? A data block is the smallest unit of data used by a database. Okay, it's quite clear, right? Now, second, what block header contains? So block header contains general block information such as block address and type of segment. It is something like whether it's a data segment or index. So data segment, you can tell that it is also called table segment. And one more thing I just missed out is you can tell me that this is interested transaction list. Who is doing a DML on the data, that details also, the session details are also stored in block header. Okay. Okay. Now what is PCD pre? PCD pre is how much percentage need to be pre for. What is this? Can you read this one? Updation of the record. What is PCT used? PCT use is how much percentage can be used for data block, data storage in a block. If the PCT has reached threshold, it will not allow to insert new records into the block, but updation is possible. Okay, so I think now it is quite clear, right? You should be able to answer the question quite easily. Let's go to the next question. Okay, so the next question is, what is an extent? Okay, so I have made extents. Joe, what is an extent? Okay, so I'll just remove it. Okay, so what is a extent? Okay, so an extent is a logical unit of database storage space allocation made of numbers of contiguous data blocks. Quite simple, right? Then what is a segment? So a segment is a set of extents that contain all the data from specific logical storage structure within the database. Okay. Now you can also tell what is the table space. It is a set of segments is called table space. So one more thing I just missed out is table space. Table space. Okay, table space is a set of segment. Okay, set of segments. Now question may come. Okay, can I have multiple segment in the table space? Definitely yes. Can I have one segment in different table space? Not possible. Okay, so we'll just move to the next question. Yeah, see the question. Can a table belong to multiple table space? Yes. So I have to show you that some cases. Okay, in which case you have multiple table space, you might have seen the partitions, right? Partitions are assigned to different table space. Okay, I will just try to show you if there is any code available right now. Okay, just a minute. Yeah, say this piece of code, I have created a table. I have just created some partitions. Can you see this? Each partition, this is sales year 2018. I have put in TS 2018 table space. So this is in sales 19. I have put it in table space 19. I have 20 data. I have put in table space 20. Okay. If there are different table space means there are definitely different segments, right? Let's go to the slide again. Okay. So now question comes, multiple table space, definitely possible. In which condition? table with partitions, table with LOBs is something like if you have just created some table with CLOB data type, BLOB data type, you will find it that it has more segment than normal one segment. Okay, if you has long columns, so what is the data type? You can find something like long. Okay, if you put a long column, it it can go to multiple segments. Okay, so these are the cases wherever you have multiple table spaces. Okay, now so next question is, can a table belong to multiple segment? Definitely. If it is partition table, LOB column, long column, definitely it can have multiple segment. Let you take out the large objects, long columns, and let you have some kind of no partitions, then the table can be only one segment. But remember it, the partition mostly in different segments. Okay, but it is possible that partition you can put in single table space also. Okay, but it has to be in different segments. Okay, now can there be same segment in table space? Okay, yes. Sorry, can there be same segment in two table space? No, not possible. See, same segment cannot stay in two table space, but opposite is possible. Okay, it's something like you can have multiple segment in same table space, but this one you should be little clear on that. Just yeah, so okay, table with partition can have multiple table space. Here may be, may not be. If you set it something like same table space. Okay, but if you have similarly LOBs and long columns, these also can or cannot have, but always it will be having different segments. So kindly note it down this one, because I have put multiple table spaces in which cases can possible. I will put the condition. Okay, okay, so let's move to the next question. Okay, so next question is, can a table and index stay in the same segment? No, because table has its own segment, similarly for index. Okay, so please note one more thing. Whenever you create a table, right, it always, when you create a table, something like you write a create a table, right, create table, right, create table, let X, then you give your data types, right, right. So table, whenever you create this table, is always create a segment same as its name. The segment it will be creating with the name will be X, whatever the table name is. Okay, similarly index also has its own segment, so both table and index cannot stay in same segment. Okay, so this is always no, table has its own segment, similarly with index. Okay, and one more thing I just missed out, I will now discuss. Okay, so I'll just control Z, 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 Z. Okay, the block size. Okay, I told that the block size is around 2 KB to around 32 KB, right? So in which case 2 KB will be used? Like mostly in OLTP system, where there are a lot of transactions, okay, lot of DML, and here mostly reporting system, okay, OLAP. Okay, so this is mostly for data warehouse. You'll find the block size can be bigger, so that lot of data can store into that, and IO will be less because block size are bigger. Okay, but what is the problem? Now think about it. How much data will be stored in 32 KB? In old OLTP system, how many blocks will be there? Like this, 16 blocks, right? Okay. Now think about it. 100 users, okay, they are accessing some data, okay, so some data which is present in this 32 block. Okay, now let's same 100 people, they are accessing now same data in 16 blocks. So each user is something like, if I counted how much, 100 divided by 16. Okay, it is almost like equal to 6, close to 6, right? 16 into 6 is 96. Okay, 6. Now think about it. Each block, 6 people are accessing here. Here 100 people are accessing this block. Okay, so what wrong can happen is, there are chances of IO contention. If more people are accessing a single block, that is called locking of the block. So IO contention can happen. So that's why in OLTP system, block size is always smaller. And in something like reporting system, like OLAP, online, your OLAP systems, this is analytical processing, okay? So in analytical processing, mostly reports less DMLs, okay? So that's why your block size is bigger, okay? And in OLTP, it is smaller. Okay, hopefully you can answer these questions, right? Okay, let's move to the next question. Hi there. So in this segment, we are going to go through the basic architecture about the memory. So I'll just read out the questions, then we'll see the architecture and try to answer them one by one. What is undo segment? What is buffer cache? What are reader logs? What are reader log buffers? What are different mode of reader logs? So let's see the architecture and try to understand it. Okay, I have a small diagram. I have segregated the memory mostly into 3 types. If you see this is the first one. Okay, the first one is what? Shared pool. Shared pool has dictionary cache and library cache. Library cache is something like, you have inside that is a SQL pool. Okay, so SQL pool, wherever you have SQL statements, DML statements are stored in the library cache. Okay, there is one called buffer cache, and there is one more is inside that is undo segment, and one more is redo buffer. Okay, so now we'll try to analyze how this memory comes into play. Let whenever you do some kind of select or DML. Okay, so let's think about a scenario. Okay, client 1. Okay, client 1 has to query some data. So I will just write a simple statements. Okay, okay, select. Okay, I'll just make it. Okay, select or select cell from EMP where ename equal to Scott. Scott. Okay. So you will see that whenever this query, right, this query is fired by the client 1. Let client name is something like C1. Okay. So the request is processed through the listener. So listener is something like your carrier of your instructions. Okay, so what happens is it create a server process. Let it create a SP1 server process for the client 1. Okay, so now thing is like we have already seen like how the different stage of query processing, right? So first what it does is it does a syntax check. Then it does a semantics check. Semantics check is done from the dictionary cache, whether the table exists, whether the column is present or not. Okay, these are the columns, right? Okay. Then what it does is check in the SQL pool whether there is the same statement, the SQL statement already present, so that it need not have to uh, optimize the path for the query generation. Okay, so let's see, it does not find here in the SQL pool. So what it does, it keeps a copy of this query in the SQL pool and try to optimize the path how to access the data. Okay, and the best possible way. Then after that what happens is like there is a execution phase, right? Out of the best possible execution plan, it try to find the data in buffer cache first. This is called the logical read. If it is reading from the buffer cache, if it is not finding the buffer cache, the record, okay, it try to go through the data file. So directly go to the data file and fetch that record. Let probably Scott record is in that block. It takes the record and put into the buffer cache, and this will be always one block size. Okay, let in that block Scott record is there, along with maybe King record is there or some other employee. All will be pulled because IO will be minimum one block. So that block will be read in buffer cache. Okay, so from buffer cache, it will fetch the data back through the listener to the client machine. Okay, now second scenario you think about, let another client fire the same query. So whenever fire the same query, it find in the library cache. So it need not have to optimize the query. It directly go and fetch the data from the buffer cache. This is called logical read. In past case, because there was no data in the buffer cache, it's read from the data file. That is called physical read. So physical read is always costly. So that's why Oracle has kept the option of keeping the data in the buffer cache. So buffer cache save lot of time in fetching back the data. Okay, so now we are clear with what is the dictionary cache, what is the library cache, and we'll read about this undo segment whenever we do some kind of DML. Okay, and also we'll read about the redo buffers. Okay, so let's try to answer the question. Okay, question 1. What is a undo segment? So I think I have to go through the architecture again, otherwise we cannot answer this one right now. We'll just go back to the architecture again. Okay, we'll do some kind of DML. Okay, so DML looks something like this, right? Update EMP. So let's set sal equal to, let's sal plus, we are increasing around $100 extra for some employee. Okay, so this is okay, this is where ename equal to let Ford. Okay, so Ford, we are increasing his salary to whatever salary was there, we are increasing it by $10. Okay, okay, so now see this scenario. So what happens in this case? Again, let client 1 has fired this DML statement. It goes through listener and try to find in the library cache it is present or not. If not there, it does a hard parse, does a execution plan, and try to fetch the data to buffer cache and update it here. So what it does is let data now is in buffer cache. So what it does is let initial salary was let it was $1,800. Okay, so what it does is now $1,800 is here because data is fetched into the buffer cache, right? Okay, so this is 1,800. Okay, now whenever we update it, one copy is kept in undo segment. So old record value is what? 1,800. Okay, 1,800 is there. Now this value is updated to how much? 1,900. Okay, so once 1,900 is stored, one more entry is in redo buffer. So what is that? It is something like, okay, employee Ford, okay, it has old value was how much? 1,800. Okay, new value was how much? 1,900. Okay, so whenever you commit the data, okay, you fire a commit, what happens is there is a SCN generated. Okay, it is something like system change number. So along this SCN, it write into the redo log files. Okay, the redo buffer write into the redo log files. Okay, now think about a scenario. Okay, let this query or this DML was fired around 10 a.m. Okay, and somebody has fired a query something around 10:05. It's like 05. Okay, 05 a.m. Okay, so client 2 has fired a query to read from employee table. Now the question is there whether the client 2 will read the Ford salary as 1,800 or 1,900. Okay, in this case the C will always read what was the value of the salary at the point of time 10:05. It will read always 1,800 for Ford. How it will read it is it always will find from, it will see that I showed you, right, in the block itself there is a ITL list, right? ITL list. So ITL list will be updated that this Ford record is updated. Okay, what time updated? 10:10. So now the query is fired what time? 10:05. So in 10:05 it will not read from this dative buffer. Rather what it does is it will go and try to fetch this 1,800 record from undo segment. So this is called read consistency or read consistent data. So which point of time you fire the query, that time data you will, that consistent data you will always get. Okay, so now question comes is what time this dative buffer is written into data file. So dative buffer will be written in multiple conditions, something like checkpoint is fired, or something like buffer cache is almost full or it has reached the threshold. That time the DB writer will write the data into the data file. So always note that commit does not always put the dative buffer into the data file. It is based upon certain conditions, whatever is I told, that it reached the it's like threshold, there is no empty buffer left or checkpoint is fired. Okay, now I think this is clear what is undo segment, what is redo buffer, what is redo log files. So redo log files, it is mostly in cyclic fashion, and most production databases it will be in two type of mode. One is non-archive mode. In non-archive mode is something like that it will keep on, it has only limited number of files. Let it has minimum 2 files. It can have maybe 2 or 4 or something like that. So that case, it will write and try to override if it is non-archive mode. If it's archive mode, it will create as many transactions happening. It will keep on updating the files or keep on adding the files. This is called archive log mode. Okay, so that has to be set in the database level by DBS. Okay, so now question comes is like, okay, and Oracle has improved a lot in undo segment. Even there are some people, this is one DML, right? There will be multiple DML happening, right? And let somebody query in between data, Oracle still can give you the read consistent data from undo segment. That is possible because Oracle keep certain time of history data in undo segment. That also depends. Okay, some cases let undo segment is full, so that case you may not get. Or there is one more parameter, something like undo retention time. So if the retention time is X and it has crossed this X time, so that you may not able to find the read consistent data because that will be overwritten. Undo space is limited. Okay, so hopefully I think you will be able to answer the question. Let's go to the question and see that. Okay, see the question. What is the undo segment? Every Oracle database must have a method to maintain information is used to roll back, undo the change to the database. Okay, so here I just forgot to tell one thing. I'll just go back again. Let the client has not committed, it has rolled back. Now you can easily guess it, right? From where it will read back this data. Let he updated to 1900, but again he reverted back with a rollback. Again this data will be copied back to the buffer cache and this record will be removed. Okay. Yeah, now easily you can answer it, right? Every Oracle database must have a method of maintaining information to roll back. It is something like if somebody is rolling back, it will read from undo segment and update the data in buffer cache. Okay, and also changes to the database. It is like to certain extent you can see the history that is possible to make it read consistent. Okay, now what is buffer cache? Oracle 12c database buffer cache is typically the largest portion of SGA. So buffer cache is the biggest memory available in Oracle database. Okay, it has data come from the file on the disk. Because accessing data from the disk is slower than the memory, so reading from the data file is called physical read. Physical read is always costly. Okay, it's not cost effective. Okay, so that's why Oracle, what it does is Oracle put into buffer cache so that any other session going to read the data can read from the buffer cache. That is called logical read. The database buffer cache sole purpose is to cache the data in the memory for quicker access. You can answer this way. Okay, so that yeah, if you have basic understanding, even you do not remember the actual statements, still you can answer it. That should be fine. Okay, so let's move to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to the next question. Next question is like, what is row chaining? We have already discussed this, but just try to see one more time so that you guys can also refresh it, right? Okay, so I'll just draw some blocks. Blocks look like this, right? Whatever we saw in the previous slides. Okay, so the first part is called the header, right? Okay, and this middle part, where there's a free space, it is something like PCT free, right? Okay, free. And the data is like how much data we can save is PCT used. Okay, this is always in percentage. Okay, let PCT use is maybe 60%, PCT free is 20%. Okay, okay, this is 20%. So we have some kind of update statements. Okay, so this is some records which are stored in something like position called as 0, 1, 2, 1 and 2. These are three records which are stored. Okay, and let and this size is almost like reached around 60% of the block size. Okay, means it's threshold of the PCT use. And let somebody has updated this record number 1 to a bigger number. Let's think about it. There is maybe a varchar column. The column we are just doing something like set, right? The column width equal to, column equal to some kind of string. I'm giving a big string. This size is maybe around 4000 bytes. Okay. So what happens is, if except the header, is this part almost now full and it spill over to the another block. Okay, this is called row chaining. Actually, this poses a serious concern in terms of querying the data, because it takes a lot of time to read multiple blocks. Okay, and also there are a lot of problems if you do migration from one database to another database. Let's see that in which cases row chaining happens. Okay. Okay, let's see what is row chaining. So some text I have put as a definition, kindly go through it. Row chaining occurs when row cannot physically fit into a Oracle block. Another block is required to store the remainder of the row. Chaining can cause serious performance problems. So there are some scenarios where definitely there will be row chaining. Any table with long rows, because long row size is big, right? It can go up to how much data? 2 gigabytes up to, right? So definitely this case there will be row chaining. Okay, and a table having more than 255 rows. Actually this is some kind of, if you measure all the columns with the statistics, if you have more than 255 rows, definitely there will have a row chain. So try to design tables less than 255 rows. Okay, and a column having 4000 also can have row chaining. So it is always advised that you keep the column width as required. Let some variable, okay, probably employee name, it can maximum go to 100, right? Don't make it to 4000. Okay, so keep the size of the variable as required. Okay, now we'll try to find, is there any row chain by some kind of queries. Okay, you can see from the user table itself. Okay, what the column? There is a chain count column. Okay, so you can do what? How can you find chain count into 100 by number of rows? I have just rounded it up to 2. So forget about this round. Round is not important here. It's something like how many chain into 100 by number of rows is the percentage chain. I have just rounded up to after decimal 2. Okay. Then average row length is also important factor. You can find that average length of one column row. Okay. Then PCT free and PCT use. These parameters you can see in user table. Okay. So hopefully you can answer this question. If you want, I can just show you that how to check in the database. Yeah, let's fire this query. Okay. So you can see that it is like, okay, average length is 21, right? Row length. So there will not be any chaining chances, right? PCT free is 10, PCTUs is 40. Okay, so you can see all the details in table itself. If you have long rows, you can, and you have data, probably you can see the how much percentage of row is changed. Okay, or you have a varchar of 4000 and if you try to find, you will see that there might be some percentage of row chain. Okay, so I think you can answer this question easily, right? So hi there. So let's go to the next question. What is Oracle read consistency mechanism? So we already gone through that, right? In about the memory structure, the undo segment, right? Okay. Still, we'll just try to go through again to refresh. Okay. So let there is a user something like user one. Okay. What he does is he fire a query around 10:05. Okay, that's a query. Okay, on which table? Let probably employee table. Okay, so user 2, what it does is it fires some kind of update on EMP table. So around 10:07 on employee table. So what it does is, let salary, all salary is set for probably increase by sal plus $100 extra for all the employees. Okay. Now user 3. Okay. User 3 now fires a query. Okay. Something around 10:10 on employee. Okay. And here two things he can do. Let he first commits it. Okay. And second step, what he does it, again update it, and he rolls back it. Okay. So let's see that two conditions. Okay. It is not that after commit you roll back. It's something like either it does commit or roll back. Okay. So now whenever somebody fire a query in 10:05 and somebody update the data around 10:07. So what happens is Oracle makes such a way that it has to be read consistent. It has to face the data as of 10:05. So from where it has to read? It has to read from undo segment. This is called undo segment. Okay, it has to read from undo segment. Okay, so it has to fetch always data. Let he has committed it, but still Oracle will show you the actual salary age of time 10:05 from undo segment. Similarly, let he has committed this one around 10:07. U3 has tried to read it around 10:10. So now 10:10 changes already done. So it will read from, not from undo segment, it will read from the buffer cache. Because buffer cache, this data is changed. Okay. So let he has not committed it, he has just rolled back. So what happens is, when his rollback is means this data, before data, old data will be again updated with the sal. Okay, so now the sal is returned to the actual value. And whenever U3 try to read the data, you'll always get the actual sal value after rollback. Okay, so this is called your read consistency mechanism by Oracle. Okay, so here you have done as a statement level, or also something like you have transaction level. Transaction level in the sense, transaction can be a set of statement level DMLs. A group can be called as a transaction. So Oracle maintains it, because we will just go through about transaction. There we'll discuss it, that it maintains both statement level as well as the transaction level. Okay, so let's go to the definition and try to understand it. Okay, if the interview asks the question, probably you can tell something like this. What is Oracle read consistency mechanism? Oracle automatically provide a read consistency to a query so that all the data the query see from the single point of time, that is statement level, and another is something like transaction level read consistency. Okay, so hopefully you can definitely answer this question with ease. So let's move to next question. Hi there. So let's go to the next question. What is snapshot to old error? So no need to remember this error code. I have just mentioned it so that if you remember is good, but it's not necessary. Okay, how to fix snapshot to old error? First we have to understand what is this snapshot to old error. Okay, there are two users. Okay, user 1 and user 2. Okay, so user 1 fire some kind of big query. So think about it. It's a very big query. Okay, and in this query, one table involved is a employee table, just for an example. Okay, it's a very big query joining X, Y, Z, many tables. Okay, so I have just mentioned probably X, Y, Z plus employee, all those tables, a lot of tables are there in the big query. And user 2 has updated this employee data. Probably same thing, I'll just say set commission. Commission for one employee is increased to commission plus $150. Okay, for which employee? For King let. Okay, he has increased it, and because this is, and this user 1 has fired the query around 10:10, and user 2 has around fired the update around 10:15. Okay, so this is AM, this is also AM. Okay, now this query took almost maybe 30 minutes to fetch the data. Okay, to get the data. So what time he will see the data? After 30 minutes is 10:40 AM. User 1 is going to see the data. So as per the read consistent mechanism, Oracle will always read the actual commission of King, not the new commission of King, right? Okay, so this old commission data will be fetched from where? Definitely from undo segment, right? Okay, okay. And thing is, undo segment size is fixed. Okay, so there are lot of DML happened in between this, lot of DML. It's not about only this statement, there are a lot of DML happened. Okay, so now undo segment is almost of full and overwritten. So if undo segment is overwritten, now user 1 try to find the employee actual commission of King. It does not find in the undo segment because that is already overwritten by lot of DML statements. So that case, Oracle will give you this error, snapshot to old error. Okay, so now next question is, hopefully is clear, right? Now we'll understand how to fix this snapshot to old error. Actually, this question was asked to me. Okay, we'll see that how to fix it. Okay, we'll see that What is snapshot too old error and how to fix it? Answer is, if Oracle cannot read consistent data from undo segment due to data is overridden, right? So you can tell this statement. I think statement is straightforward. You can explain the scenario as well as you can tell this statement. I think it is pretty simple. Okay, so how to fix it? What you can do is you can reschedule the long running queries when the system has less DML loads. If there are a lot of DML statements, the chances of overwriting the undo segment is very high. So that case, chances of this error, snapshot too old error, you might get. Okay, so what thing you can do it? This a temporary solution, okay? It is something like increasing the size of your rollback segment or undo size, so that if it's a bigger size, it can store more historical data. So this is one more thing. And one more thing is like you can increase the undo retention timing. So it is like a database parameter. DBA can set it like I want to keep for a longer time. Okay, these are temporary solution because still it can happen if there are a lot of DML. So the best possible is that when there is less DML, you can rerun your queries. Okay, hopefully it will be quite easy and simple to answer. Okay, let's go to the next question. Hi there. So we'll go to the next question. What is materialized view too old error? How to fix the error? So similarly, you should know that what is a materialized view. Materialized view is something like we can create views on some kind of objects, right? Let table objects are there. We can create logically some segregate data from certain objects and create a logical view so that we can query the data. Okay, but in case of materialized view, it has to be some kind of physical table, but it always takes the data from the base tables. Okay, these are the base tables, but it is physically present. So think about it. If it's a simple view, you drop one table, this will throw an error. Okay, let you drop all the tables, you will not find any data because anyway one table drop, it will throw an error. If tables are not there, there is no data here because this is just a logical representation of this objects, but this is physical. It takes from data, but physically data stays here or stays here. So if there is no network, still you can access data from here because there are a lot of scenarios. We'll discuss it in the later chapters, okay, or later questions. Okay, and this has also the same thing. Materialized too old error is of same kind. If undo segment is small or retention period is less and there are a lot of DML, so chances of there that the undo segment is overwritten. That's why the materialized view cannot read consistent data from undo segment. That's why we get this error. So how to fix it? Same thing. We can run this query on the materialized view whenever there is less DML, or we can increase the retention period of the undo segment, or we can increase the undo segment. Okay, so hopefully you can answer. This is almost same as the snapshot too old error. So let's move to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to next question. How row IDs store in database? I have copied a small table and associated row IDs. You see these row IDs, these are hexadecimal value. This row ID represents the address of the row. This is the complete row, and this row ID represents where the row stays. So basically what all things is represents. The first thing is what is the object ID. Object ID means belongs to which table. This is the point number one. Second thing is the block ID. Block ID in the sense in which block it exists. The database block. Inside database block also it tells us slot number. So this also I'll tell you. Third, it represents the data file. Data file something like number 1, 2, 3 like that in a table space. Now question comes, what is this slot number in a block ID? In a block, I think we have already discussed, right? Block looks like this. It has a header and this mouse is this is PCT free. And this is PCT use. So which space is used to store the data? In this case, there are some kind of slots where data is stored. Maybe slots start with something like 0, 1, 2, 3 and so on till the PCT used. PCT use is the percentage, right? Let PCT use 60%, then is going to use till 60% for new inserts. So this row ID represents belongs to which table, belongs to which block, then belongs to which slot. Let slot number 1, it gives the slot number, and also data file. Let in a table space there are multiple data files. So it will tell that okay, data file number 2 or data file number 3, this row exists or this block exists. So basically you can tell that this is the address from where we can get all these details. So let's do a small demo. Execute the employee table. I'll give a alias name now here, T. I'll give something like T dot star, then the row ID. Row ID. So I can see the whichever is the row ID, right? So you can find that these are the row ID. Okay, let's pick one row ID and try to decode that. Let's see what all information we can get it, right? So this row belongs to Smith record. Let's see that. I'll just write a query, kindly note it. Let's select DBMS row ID. This is a built-in package by Oracle. Row ID underscore block number. Yeah, block number. I'll pass the row ID. So what I can do is this one row ID and let this is the, I'll give block ID. Similarly, I'll just copy this one to next. Code almost looks similar. I'll give object. So from what I'll do is I'll do from EMP where EMP number equal to Smith's ID, right? Okay. So I'll just check it. This is object ID. Let's pass the row ID and try to find it. Now you will just record this too. Whichever information we are able to extract from the row ID itself. So one, what we got it, this is the block ID. At least block ID we came to know, but we cannot see the physical block, right? It's not possible. Let's see that this object ID means this is the table name. So from where we got this row ID is employee table, right? Let's check that whether this is employee table or not. How can we find it? Select start from all objects. We'll see that where this is the object ID, right? So object ID equal to what number we got? This is the number, right? This is the ID we got it. And this output should be definitely employee. Let's see. Can you find it? This is definitely employee means it represents the object ID, the block ID, and the slot number inside the block as well as data file where the block resides. So I think you can easily answer this question. Let's go to next question. Hi there. So it's a very interesting now. We are entering into writing uh, some kind of tricky queries. Okay, so there are some queries simple, some are complex, and some are tricky. Okay, so this one is a tricky question. So you can guess it. What will be the value of this output, right? It looks like simple select star from employee where row num greater than 5. Just think about it. Okay, let's go and check. Okay, my answer is it will give you 0 records. 0 records. Okay, so let's go and check it. Okay, I'll just write it employee table. Employee. Okay, so let's see data is available. Okay, now, okay, it has around 14 rows. Okay, I'll just put a condition where row num greater than 5. So I'll just make it caps so that these are keyword. I always like to write the keywords in caps. Okay. So can you say this? Why it has done it? Because row num always starts with 1. It cannot be greater than 5. Start with cannot be greater than 5. Okay. Simple example I can tell is I'll put something like select, okay, star from emp where dpt number equal to 10. Okay, I'll put here the alias name is e. I'll put e dot star. I'll put just row num. Just try to see what is happening. Okay, row department is 10. Okay, so it has given 1, 2, 3. Okay, okay. So even if I filter, if I greater than, I'll just mention it, right? It always start with 1. Just see that. Remaining records 10, 20, 30, 40, right? Always start with 1. But how can you ask Oracle that give me the result set, and out of this you miss 4? Because row num always act on the result set. So this will definitely give you 0 records. So this is a tricky one. Kindly note it. Okay. So next go to the second query. Hi there. So this is just a question. What is a substitution variable? Let's go and see how to write and see that what this variable is. Okay. Okay. It looks like this. Okay. You can define, either define or undefined. So starting let you write something like this. Okay. I'll just copy paste. Okay. Okay. Or I'll just tell you something like, okay, I'll just give only define. Only define. Okay. Correct? Define. So what I can do is define employee equal to Smith. Then what I can do is I can use, this is now a variable that is in always in SQL prompt. You will find in SQL prompt, right? So this is SQL syntax. You can define a variable and use that variable something like this. Okay, and you want to see the output in the console. So what you can do is, this is a command to set verify on. So you make it set verify on means it is going to show you something like what is the input variable value and what is the output. And how to set it off is, you can set verify, instead of on you put it off. Then how to undefine it? How to undefined is, you can simply write this undefined employee, no need to write this. Okay, so undefined employee, this is going to undefined employee, whichever variable was it was assigned, it is going to remove that the value of the variable from that employee. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to the top end queries. So most of the time, the interview asks questions like find the top 3 highest salary across the organization, maybe top 5, top 10, right? The question is almost like similar. So let's try to solve one problem so that we can solve others, okay? So let's try to do hands-on. Okay, I'll just try to see the data in employee table. Okay. Yeah, I can see that, right? I'll just do a order by. Order by Sal DSC. So what I'll get is like, who are the highest salary will appear on the top, right? Okay, so I will now find it, the top 3 salary. So how can I do it? So there are some kind of syntax directly you can write. Select star from EMP, order by Sal DSA. Okay, you can put something like fetch next 3 rows only. So mostly you'll find in 12C this kind of syntax. Okay, so this is quite easy to write. So can you find it? It's quite easy, right? So we can find these are the 3 employees who are getting highest salary in the organization. Okay, so let's tweak the question. Okay, let's try to find something like now bottom 3 lowest salary in the employee table. Okay, so here what we have to do is simple, we have to make it ASC, ascending order. So this will take care. Okay, so let's see if I make it ascending. So who are the bottom 3 employees who are getting the least salary? Let's see, Smith, James and Adams, right? I'll just run this query now. What I did is I changed this one, instead of descending I made it ascending, right? We can see that, right? Smith, James and Adam. Okay, so we'll add a little more twist to this query. Let's try to find top 4th, 5th, 6th highest salary employees. So who are getting top 4th, 5th and 6th? Okay, we'll change the query a little bit. So what we have to get is now top 4, 5 and 6. So what we can do, simple, just add a simple statement like offset. Okay, 3 rows, so it will pick from 4th row. So what it will do, it will skip 3 rows and take the remaining 3 rows. Okay, so I will make it again DAC because I am taking it now top 4th, 5th and 6th. Okay, so let's see that who are top 4th, 5th and 6th. Okay, so this is first, second, third gone, then 4th is Ward, Martin and Miller. So it should be Ward, Martin and Miller, right? So now fire the query. Okay, just a minute. I will just check it again. Yeah, we did a mistake, right? Instead of ascending, it has to be descending because we are taking from top. Okay, let's see that. Okay, so it should be, we skip this 3 now. Jones, Black and Clark. So these 3 record has to come, right? Okay, I'll just put it down for my reference. I'll run this query again. It's right? Now Jones, Black and Clark. Okay, so now we tried 3 different scenarios, right? Yeah, let's add a little bit of twist into the previous queries. The question can come something like, find the top 15 highest salary employees. Okay, so it is something like who are in the top 15 bracket. Okay, so let's see that how we can do that. Okay, so let's try to change the query now. Okay, it is something like this. Okay, so we'll remove that offset now. Okay, so what we have to do is fetch next 15% rows only. Okay, so let's try to find is it okay or not. Okay, so you can find this top 15. You want to find bottom 15, so you have to make something like ascending. So it is quite simple. Okay, so we can see that whether it's fetching 15% or not. So total employees are there how many? I'll try to find the total employees. Is around 14, right? So what is the 15% of 14 records? So let's see that. 14 into 15 divided by 100, right? So this is divided by 100. So let's try to find what is the value coming, right? Select star from okay. So this is number of employees into 14 divided by 100. This is the percentage, right? Okay. So 2.1. So you'll see that 2.1 employees. So if you see this, it has taken the next number. So it is something like 3. So it has picked the 3. Let's see if I make it something like 30%. So 30%, sorry, this is 14. 14 into 30%. Let's 30%, how many employees will be there? Let's try to find it. It will be around 5 employees. Here 4.2, it will take next 5 employees. Let's see that. If I make it 30%, is it really taking 30%? I'll make it DAS, right? Ascending, descending, right? Okay. So this is descending from top. You see this? Total how many records here? So it should be how much? 4.1 we got, 4.2, right? Close number is next 5. So this has fetched 5 records. So this is fine. Okay. So hopefully I think you can answer most of the questions. Okay, let's go to next set of questions. Hello there. Next, let's go to the next set of questions. So these are on operators. Okay. So what question can come as, what are the different kind of operators? Okay. First, we should understand what is a operator. Operator basically work on the measures or numbers or the values. Okay, so these are called operands. So if think about it, I'm doing some kind of additions, 300 plus 500. Okay, so these are called operands. Okay, operands means these are some amounts, okay, or some kind of values. So we are working on these operands with some kind of operator. It could be maybe addition, subtraction, or maybe something else. Okay, so there are majorly two types of operators available. One is called unary operator, one is called binary operator. Okay, so let's see that in examples. Okay, so in unary operator, the operator act on only one operand. One operand means one measure or one value. So let's see that 200 is one operand and plus sign is working on that. So here it is a prefix. Okay, so something like positive 200, negative 150. So these are called unary operators because there is only one operand. Okay, so let's go and see the binary operators. So binary operators are something like which act on two operands. Okay, simple example is plus, minus, then your multiplication, division. So if you see this 100 plus 200, so this is working on how many operands? Two operands. One is 100, one is 200. Similarly, 200 minus 150 working on two operands. One is 200, one is 150. Okay, hopefully this is clear. You can answer this. Okay, let's go to next question. So hi there. So this is a question. This is not asked in interviews, but if you have some kind of written test, probably you may see this kind of questions. Okay, but this is important because you should know the precedence of operators. Okay, so let's see what should be the output of this one. So you might be knowing this one, right? But mass, right? Okay. So first is the bracket, second is off, third is division, fourth is multiplication, fifth is addition, and sixth is subtraction. Okay, so in this case, so this will be done first, right? So 10 into, this is 50 plus 40 is 90, okay, minus, okay, 30 by 10. Okay, next will be here 30 divided by 10. This is 3. Okay, so now this is 10 multiplied by 90 minus 3 equal to, it should be something like 900 minus 3. This is equal to here 897. This is the answer. So this probably you will not get in interviews, but you should know that if you have some kind of written test. Okay, so let's go to next question. So let's go and go through the set of operators. These are called set operators. Okay, so this many times interview asks questions. Okay, they will give you some data and they'll ask you what is the output of it. Okay, let's see that. Okay, A has something like 10, 20, 30 ABC, and B has B, C, D value 20, 30, 50. Okay, so now there is an intersect symbol. Okay, we want to intersect of the values from A and B. So between A and B, we want to take the intersect. Okay, so what is the common? So output should be something like, what is the common? B and C, right? The output should be B20, C30. Okay, let's see the output. Okay, this is the output. Okay, so let's go to next set of question quickly. Okay. What is the output of union? So in this case, what will happen? If there is common, it will take the distinct part of the common and remaining, right? So in this case, what will happen? A, B, C, right? And B, C is common. So only one time it will pick, and the remaining part is D, right? Okay. So answer is A, B, C, and D. Okay. Let's go and see the answer. Yeah. You see that it has taken the output A, B, C, D. Okay. Let's go to next question. What is the minus now? A minus B. So A table minus B table. Okay. So in this case, let's see what will be the output. Something like, in this case, which are the values which are not exist in B. So this will be definitely excluded because these are present in B. So output should be only A. So let's see the answer. Yeah, this is the answer, right? Correct. Okay. So let's go to next question. What is the value if there is a intersect? Intersect means the common values across the table A and B. So what are the common? B, C, here B, C, right? So output should be B and C. So let's see the result. Yeah, so this is the output, right? This is correct. Okay. So let's go to next question. Yeah. So what is the output if I do union all? So this is little tricky because it is not going to remove the something like the duplicates. Rather, it will pick everything from A and everything from B. So what will be the answer? It will be A, B, C, again B, C, D. So let's see the answer. Yeah. You see this? So answer is something like, I think 1A is missed out. Maybe it answer has to be A, B, C, A, B, C, B, C, D. I think one missed out here. So I have to just include that. It has to be A also and 10, which is missed out. Sorry. I'll just remove it and include it here now. Okay. So this is here. ID. Okay. So it should be something like this. Okay. Okay. So let's see the next question. This question is also pretty simple. So it is something like, let's see, there is a first name and last name. I want output like last name, comma, space, then the first name. Okay. So how can we do that? Let's see the answer. Okay. So how can we do that? We can do something like select, take the last name, and this is called concatenate operator, and give a comma here. Then again we concatenate with a space. So you have put a space, right? After Potter, comma, space, then Harry, right? So this is the space. Okay. Then we have given the first name from which table? Employee. Okay. So I think the set operators are simple operators. So one should not do any mistake on that. So I just quickly browse through all set of questions. Okay. Let's go to next set of questions. Hi there. Let's go to the next question. This is about the subqueries. So there are different kind of subqueries. Okay, the plain subquery, simple, and there are some kind of correlated subqueries. Okay, so let's try to understand the difference between in and exist clause. Okay. Okay, if you see that in clause, right, this is called a subquery. Okay, this is called a subquery. Okay, I'll just write it down. Subquery. Subquery. Okay, so my handwriting is not Good. Okay, I'll just write it down so that it will be helpful. Okay, subquery. Okay. Okay. And the normally what happens is always subquery is executed first. So now all the departments which location is Dallas will be populated first, then the outside query will be executed based upon the condition. Okay. If you see a correlated subquery, what happens is it always go through record by record from outer query and validate from the inside query. If this is true, then it fetch a row. Simple example is, let it read the first record from employee join table, and it has a department maybe 10. So it will try to find whether the department exists in department table. If it is present, then it satisfy the exist clause, right? It return the record. Similarly, the next record is like department 50, and department 50 is not present in department table. So that case, the second record return some kind of false. So it is validated as wrong, or it's like it does not satisfy the exist clause. So that second record will not be fetched. So in this case, what is the benefit is that the outer query will be executed and validated always against the inside data. So in which case you will use the in clause, in which case you will exist clause. Let this data set is quite huge. Okay, so huge data, so better to go with exist, because it's always go through the outer query and validate with the inside query. So you need not have to fetch the complete data just like the in clause and put into the memory. So in clause, what happens is, it's a huge query inside it. It will pick the complete data and put into memory and try to validate with the outer query. So that's why if the subquery is huge, the data size is huge, it's better to use exist. If subquery is small, you can go either of this. Either you can use in or exist. Both is okay. So let's go to the difference, okay, and see what I have put in the slide. Okay, let's go through. Okay, so in clause act like a subquery. Okay, and this act like a correlated subquery. Okay, so exist clause is always used with a correlated subquery. Okay, then in clause subquery is always executed first. Okay, whereas in exist clause outer query runs and validated against the data inside the subquery. So if the row satisfy the inside join, it fetch the row. Okay, so it is always a row wise fetch. Okay, now faster when subquery data is small. Okay, so if the subquery data is small, so in is always faster. Okay, faster when subquery data is big in case of exist. Okay, so this is clear. So if there is any question, probably you can easily answer it. Okay, let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's go to next question. Find the prime numbers from 1 to 100. So it's a tricky one, because if you write some kind of PLSQL code, that will definitely take time, right? And this can be done in a single query. Let's first try to understand what are prime numbers. Okay, I have few numbers to understand what a prime number is. Prime number is that which is divisible by any other number except itself or 1. Simple example is, let 5. 5 will be called a prime number if it is not divisible by any other number except 5 or 1. Okay. So if it is divisible by any other number except 1 and itself is not a prime number. Simple way is, let 4. 4 is divisible by 2, right? Except 1 and 4, 4 is divisible by 2. That's why 4 is not a prime number. Similar example is 8. Except 1 and 8, it is divisible by 4 and 2. Right? This is divisible by 4 and 2. So that's why 8 is also not a prime number. So how to find a number is prime is, always we can see, let 6. If 6 is divisible by any number less than 6, definitely it is not a prime number except 1, because 1 is not falling into the category because it should not be divisible by 1. Okay, so let's remove 1. Okay, so we are removing 1. Okay, so now let's see, 7 is prime number. How can we check? We can check it something like, if 7 is divisible by any number below 7 up to 2. Okay. So let's go and try to do it in a single query. Okay. So in single query, this is possible. Yeah, I have created a table and put some sample data. Okay, let's do it. Instead of till 100, let's do it till 10. Okay, so let's see the data. This is a table I have created to write the query on that. Okay, so it has all the records. See, 2 to 10. We have to find which are prime numbers and which are non-prime numbers. Okay, so let's write the query. Okay, so how I'll write it is, select star from, for the table name, prime number. Okay, I'll give something like T1 this table. Okay, then what I'll do is, where not exist, then I'll write a subquery inside this. Okay, just like a correlated subquery. Okay, select 1 from same table. I'll verify. Okay, same table I'll verify the data. Prime table, I'll give alias name T2. Where, what is the condition? Then with which number we want to divide is should be always less than that number, right? So how can I write it? So T2 dot NUMB, right? Num. Okay. So what is the column name? Nums, right? Nums. It should be always less than T1 dot nums. Okay. Right. And what is the condition? Another condition, mod of that number should be if it is divisible by that number. So how to write it? There's a mod function, right? I'll write it T1 dot NUMB nums. Okay, then T2 dot nums. T2 dot column name is nums, right? If that is equal to 0, so equal to 0 is definitely it is a non-prime number, right? Okay, I'll just complete it and let's try to find that. Okay, is it really working or not? Yes, can you say that it has given all the prime numbers? I can just also order by the norm. Okay, so I can be order by, if it's not fetching, I can order by also NUMB as order of which norms? T1 dot norms. Okay, so this has given me the all the prime numbers. I think logic you got it, right? It is like I'm checking, let one number will pick from, let T1, let T1 something like 7. 7 will try to find it that it has to find from same table which is lesser number. It is something like from 2 to 6, whether 2 to 6 is divisible. If 2 to 6 is divisible, then definitely it is non-prime. What I put it? Not exist. Not exist in this is the set of numbers which are non-prime. So that's why it has given me all the prime numbers. How to fetch it? Which are prime, simple, sorry, non-prime? What I have to do is remove the not. Means exist in the, this is the set of non-prime numbers. Okay, let's see. It should give me remaining. Yes, can you see? 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. So similarly, if we can put something like data from 1 to 100 or 2 to 100, easily we can get the data. Okay, this is a tricky one. You can just memorize it. Or if you have any like requirement, you can definitely use this kind of query. Because if you write a PL/SQL code, right, just think about it. You have to write 2 loops. In one loop, you have to check the number. Other loop, you have to take the lesser number and loop through to find is it really divisible, right? With a exist clause, with a correlated subquery, we could do that. Okay, let's go to the next question. Hi there, let's go to next question. Find the even numbers from 1 to 100. So you know the even numbers, right? Even numbers which are divisible by 2. Okay, so let's go and try to execute this query. Okay, I'll just tell you that how to generate numbers from 1 to 100. So simple one is like, just please note it. So this is a hierarchical query. This way I can generate from number from 1 to 100. Can you see this? It is 50 and next set of records also. It is not fetching, but you can see that. Okay. So let's see I want to generate 1 to 10. So let's see. Okay. So now how can we find which are even numbers out of this 10 numbers of 1 to 10. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll take it as like a table. So with T H. Okay. So what I can do is now if I can select this as a table. So you can see that select star from T. What it is giving? It is giving me 1 to 10. This is clear? So I'll give something like probably this is numbers. Okay. So I'll find all the numbers 1 to 10. This is clear? So what condition I'll give? Where mod the number comma 2 equal to 0 means this is divisible by 2. So these are even numbers. So what I can put it? These are even numbers. So this will be something like I'll put this number as even. Okay. So let's see that. Okay. Can you see this? All the even numbers 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So how to find odd numbers? You have to make it not equal to. So you can give a symbol, not equal to symbol, this one. So this will give you all the numbers which are odd numbers. Can you see 1, 3, 5, 7, 9? Okay. I think you can answer this one, right? Okay. So let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's try to understand what a conversion function is. So question is something like what is a conversion function? So conversion function is something like wherever the function convert the variable one data type to another data type. Okay. Let's see the definition. Conversion function converts the value from one data type to another. Okay, I think you might have seen this one, right? ToDate converts a date string to date. ToChar converts a date number to a character. Timestamp convert a string to a timestamp. ToNumber convert characters to a number. Similarly, there are large objects also you can convert data to a CLOF format. Similarly, you to LOB you can convert to CLOF format, okay, or below formats. Okay, so let's go to and see what are the different type of conversion functions. Yeah, here the question can come is like, what is the difference between explicit and implicit conversion? Okay, so actually there are two types of conversion functions. One, what Oracle does it for you, that is called implicit. What you do using a function, conversion function, is called explicit function. Okay, so let's go and see some examples. Okay, so I'll just read out the definition. Oracle database automatically convert a value from one data type to another when such a conversion makes sense. Oracle suggests explicit conversion as easy for Oracle to understand. Implicit data type conversion can have a negative impact on the performance. Okay, let's see an example how Oracle converts from one data type to another. Simple example is, let you pass a string, but Oracle check it and thinks, okay, salary is a number and this also looks like a number. So it automatically converts this to a number and add with salary. We can see that, okay. Similarly, here I have filtered it with a string. This is string only. We have not converted into to date. Okay, so let's do some hands-on and try to understand it. Okay. Okay, I will just try to find some data from employee table. Okay. Okay, so what I'll do is, let employee Smith has the salary 800. Okay, what I'll do is I'll include, sorry, I will just add some string to that sal. Okay, what I'll do is sal plus, I'll put 100. Okay, let's see, is it converting or not? From emp where emp number equal to, I just copied it, this one 7369. Okay, let's see, is it converting or not? So initial salary is how much? This is 800, right? I'll just keep a copy of this one, 800. Okay, can you see this? Even this is a string, Oracle is converting it. So this is called implicit conversion. Implicit conversion. Actually, this is costly for Oracle because Oracle has to see that, okay, salary is a number and this string also looks like a number and converts it to number and add it with the salary column. Okay, so actually what you should have done it here, you should have done something like, instead of that you should have added something like this, to number. This will be much faster than the previous one. This is called, now you are converting this string to a number. Let's see. It has converted, right? This one will be faster because here Oracle need not have to think about it. Oracle will directly convert it because you have instructed Oracle to tell that this is not a string. Just even if it is a string, convert it to a number, then add it. Okay. So let's go to the next example. Okay. So let's try to find what is the sys date, because this format will automatically Oracle will take. Okay, let's see. What I'll do is I will try to check something like this. Okay, like select star from emp where where higher date is let greater than, what I'll put is, let 1980s I'll put it. So what I'll put is, I'll put it 80s. Okay. So let's see, this is a string, this is not a date. Okay. It has checked it. I can find, maybe I'll make it maybe 85. So which are more than 85 should return. Okay, actually this is now done by Oracle. Oracle automatically converting this string to a date. This is called implicit conversion. So you should have done it explicit, something like this, to date. Then you should have put something like DD MM YY. Okay. So if you do this way also, it works. Okay, probably it is not taking, so let's see, I'll take 19, I'll put it YY, okay, 4 Ys, let's see. This is fine, right? So now we have done it explicit conversion. So Oracle always suggests you to do explicit conversions. Okay, hopefully you can answer this question. Okay, let's move to next question. Hi there. Let's discuss a very interesting question. Okay. There are few countries we have. Argentina, Brazil, Germany, Italy and Ghana. Okay. So we want to do a match fixture. Okay. So how the combination will be? Simple example. Argentina, right? ARG will play with Brazil. BRA Brazil, then it will play with Germany, GER Germany, okay. Then it will play with Italy, right? Then it will play with Ghana, right? Sorry, the handwriting is not good, Ghana, okay. So, see here, Argentina will play with Brazil, Germany, Italy and Ghana. Now, Brazil has already played with Argentina, right? Argentina, Brazil is done. So Brazil will play only with Germany, Italy and Ghana. Now Italy has to play only with Ghana, and Ghana has now played with everybody, because if Italy plays with Ghana, you cannot make even Ghana with Italy again, right? So now we have to find all the combinations. Let's check that how we can make the combination. Okay? It's an interesting topic, right? Okay, let's go and try to execute the query. Let's see, I have put the data or not. The table, okay, select star from country. COUNTRY country. Is there or not? Let's see. Yeah, data is there. Okay. So what we can do is we can join some kind of self join. So how can I do a simple example? I'll tell you. Okay. Let this is A. Again, I'll do it B. So what I'll do is A dot country CD, right? Comma B dot country CD. So see, if there is no join, what will be the output? It will be a Cartesian join. Just see that. Argentina plays Argentina, Brazil, Argentina playing Germany, right? So Argentina cannot play with Argentina. So how can I make this condition satisfied? Well, simple condition. I'll put where condition A dot. That's a country ID, right? Country ID should be always less than B dot country ID. So this will easily solve our problem. Just see that. Yes. Now see this. Argentina playing with Brazil, Germany, Italy, then Ghana, right? Argentina plays with 4 countries. Now, Brazil, Argentina is done. This is done. So Brazil now play with Germany, Italy, Ghana. Now see, Germany, Italy, then Ghana. Italy is playing with only Ghana. Okay. So easily you can do that. Okay, let you don't have country ID, still is possible. So how you can do it? Let country ID is not given. I have given this country ID. Okay, so I'll just tell you the trick also. Let's select star from country. So you will not use the country ID. So you have to simulate it. Add some kind of a row number to it. How can you do it? You can do something like country ID, let a dot country ID or something like this. Okay, country ID, and you put it row num into that. Okay, this you put it as a country ID. Okay, now your data is ready. See, this data is ready. So how can you do it? Now with TS. Okay, so I'll put the same condition now. This condition. Okay, but here you just see that country ID I have generated with the row number. Okay, I can put, you can tell that, okay, you don't use the country ID. I can put something else. I can put it something, a simple ID. Okay, I'll put it ID. Okay, this is okay now. ID, this will take care. Can you see this one? Okay. This is, one is B, right? So what I have to give is, this is T, another is T. Okay. Can you see this? Very easy. So you can do there are a lot of possibilities. Even you don't have IDs, you can generate the ID and keep as one column and you can work on that. Okay. So this is a very interesting question. Kindly remember it. It will be definitely helpful. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to next question. It's a very simple one. Give an example of a nesting function. Okay, we'll just see L-trim, R-trim, how they can be put in on a single column. So quickly we just go through because this is a simple one. We will not spend much time on that. Okay. So the nesting function is that whenever you call a function inside a function. So if you see this, R-trim is inside L-trim, right? So this is something, an example of a nesting function. So I think you might have used a lot. Just remember that if somebody asks you a question, you can be easily answer that. Okay. Let's go to next question. Yeah, so the next question is, what is a co-list function? Co-list function is something like it returns the first not null column. Okay, so let's see an example. Okay, this is the definition. Co-list function returns the first not null column from a list of columns. Okay, so if you pass something like, let this the function you write it, COALESCE, okay, and you give something like columns, list of columns, column 1, column 2, column 3. So it returns the first not null column. Let column 3 is first not null, so it will return this. Okay, so let's see in the example. Okay, I'll see the data in this table. Okay, so let's see, there are scenarios. Okay, it's something like value 1 is 10, 20, value 3 is null, and here all not null, 1 is null. Okay, so in this case, if I pass all the columns, what will happen? it will return the first not null. Let's see the data and the output of this one. Okay. Now say this one, in this column list, what is the first not null? 10, right? So it has returned 10. So in this case, first is 11, right? It has written 11. So in this case, this is the first not null, 5. So in this case, this is the 15, right? And just note it, if there is no not null columns, it will not fetch anything. So you see that null. Okay. So this is easy. So if there is a question, probably you can easily answer it. So let's go to next question. Let's see the question. What is the difference between replace and translate function? Okay. So let's try to see. Okay, see this one. Okay, so whenever you do translate, right, translate does something like this. If you have a list of characters and there is a same order, you have to mention something like wherever it find A, it replace with X. Wherever it find B, it replace with Y. Wherever it find C, replace with Z. Wherever it find A, replace with X. Okay, so it is like the sequence you give here, the characters, and you tell that the sequence in which it has to replace it, it will replace accordingly. But if you use the replace, it is something like whenever it finds a complete set of the string, it replaces with the complete set of the string. Okay, so that is the difference between translate and replace. So let's have a small hands-on. Okay, we'll see this one, this example. Let's run this query. Okay. So if you see this one, wherever it find A, right, A is replaced with small x. So A is replaced with X, right? Similarly, if you see the B is replaced with Y. So wherever B, there is no B, I think. Let there is C, see a small c, right? But here capital C, it's not going to replace it. Okay. So similarly, if you see capital C is replaced with capital Z. So capital C is replaced with capital Z, right? So if you see in replace, it is complete replace of the string. Okay. See, I am a world citizen. I am replacing with we are. So complete string is replaced. Okay, hopefully you can answer this one easily, right? So let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's go to group function. Okay, so it's a very interesting question. Okay, in one table, we have stored data something like customer wise the amounts. Okay, in his account, let credited amount is 1000, there is a debit amount 120, and again debit amount is 180. So what is the balance amount? 1000 minus 120 plus 180 is 300, right? So is equal to 700. Okay, so we want something like Alex has now 700 and King has credit 7000, debit is 500. So 7000 minus 500 is 6500. So amount something like this. So you can, how you can do it, because all in one column, and you how to differentiate is only the transaction type. You can write different ways, but there is very good way I'll just tell you, so that easily you can do it with a single query without any kind of sum queries or union, nothing. Let's go and do it. Let's see the table data is there or not. Okay, so same data I have put into a table. Okay, so how we can do it, simple example I'll tell you. Okay, what we can make is like, we will make it some kind of decode. What I'll do is, let decode, I'll put this amount. Okay, if this amount, if this transaction type, what I'll do is, if this transaction type equal to, what I'll do, if this is C, credit, put something like amount. Okay, if this is debit, what you do, make it -1 into amount, right? This is okay now? Okay, so at least we can now got the plus and minus sign around the amounts field. Let's see. Okay, so this is the now amount. Okay, this is just we are adding with the account type. Okay, now see this. Okay, 1 minute, what I'll do is account type also I'll put it. So now say this one. Okay, so step 1 what I did is like, if it's credit, make it positive. If it's debit, make it negative. Okay, so now it's quite easy, right? What I can do is select, do a simple sum. Sum of what? What I'll do is this one. Simple this one. Okay, from account, I'll do group by. Group by what I'll go? I'll give who is the customer, right? Okay, so I'll give customer wise, right? I'll just put this customer wise, give me the summation of the amount, right? I'll give group by comma customer. Let's see that. Can I get it? Quite easy, right? Alex has 700 remaining, King has 6,500. Okay, this value you can put it something like balance. Okay, balance. Okay, let's match with the data. Alex 700, Kings 6,500, right? This is matching, right? Okay, so this is a tricky one. You can do other way, but other way it will take your, you can say you have to write like maybe make one with positive, then again you do some kind of, you can say that join or union. No need for that. Simple writing a simple decode can solve this problem. Okay, so just remember this one. This will be helpful for you. Hi there. Let's go to next question. Find the duplicate data in the table. This is question 1. Question 2 is delete the duplicate record from a table. So let the same data is there, how to delete it. So this is also mostly asked question. There are different approach, but I will give an approach which is like you're very cost effective. Okay, and you don't have to tune it. Okay, so let's see. In this case, what is the duplicate? Duplicate is you have apple red, right? This is the duplicate. So we have to find the duplicate and we have to remove it. So let's do it. Let's data is there or not, we'll see in the table. Okay, data is there, right? Okay, the same data whichever we saw on the slide. Okay, so how we can do is like, how to find it first. Let's do it. Select star from fruits. Okay, where row ID not in. Okay, select max max row id, okay, from fruits. There's a table, fruits. Then we have to give a group by what? Fruit name. Sorry, this is for fruit name and color. Okay, what is this color? I think. Okay, so let's see that. Is it fetching the data? Okay, see, it has fetched only one record, which is the duplicate. So you can say that. Okay, so I can tell that which row it has fetched. Row ID also I'll put it. Okay. Okay, so this it has fetched. So let's see that what is the data. Okay, it has fetched t dot, I'll just put row ID. Okay, so it has fetched the first record. Okay, so this is the record it has fetched, right? So this record it has fetched as the duplicate, because what I have done is like row ID not in, it tried to find the max of row ID group by all. So what it did is it found all the max row ID is this one. So it has found this ID and this ID, right? Group by this. Max row ID means based upon which fruit name and color. Okay, then after that it tried to find from this table row ID not exists in these three row IDs. So it has fetched the first row ID, which is the duplicate. So there are people who do something like use lot of analytical function, do a rank, find something like your rank 1, 2, 3. Then out of this, if this is more than 1, they find the duplicate. Don't go like that, because this will be like Oracle has to do lot of sorting, lot of like memory usage. In this case, it will be quite faster. You use the row ID, take a max row ID, it is quite faster. Okay, so I think this is not only for your like you answer in interview, but also use this kind of query in your day-to-day work. Okay, let's go to the next question. Hi there. We missed one question out of this, right? How to delete it, right? Simple how to delete it is means delete from T, right? Fruits where simple this. See here, where row ID not in this, right? You can delete it. Now we'll see that you find that remaining record, right? 1, 2, 3, right? The first duplicate record is deleted. Okay, so we'll go to the next question. So hi there. So let's go to the next question. Find the max and minimum salary of the department in a row for all the departments. Okay, so this question can be little tweaked also. I want to find the max salary of the department, also mean salary of the department, along with all the employee details. Okay, let's try to solve both the ways. Okay. Yeah, let's try to see the data. Okay, I'll just execute it. Okay, now I want to print mean and max salary of department wise. Okay, mean sal and max cell. Okay. DPT number from EMP where or group by, I'll just use group by DPT number. So this is quite simple. So mean cell, max cell, I'm printing for a department. Okay. Now I want to display for each record. How can I do that? Okay. Let's do it. Select. What I'll do is star from let EMP. Okay. I'll give a alias name T. So T dot star is, it will take all the columns, right? Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll take max cell over partition by what? DPT number, right? Over partition by, after over there should be a bracket, right? Over partition by department number. Okay. So what I'll do is for mean also I will put it the same. Okay. So I'll put mean. So after max there is a mean. Okay. So this is mean cell. Okay. From employee. So in this case, just see this, the first one, it has given me max salary and mean salary only department wise. I want to also print it all the employees. So what I'll put it here the max DPT cell. So this is like a alias name I'm putting it. Okay. So I'll just put it now. This one mean cell. Okay. So let's execute this query. Okay. Now see that for department 10, what is the max cell? 5,000. What is the mean cell? If you see this 1300, this guy 1300, right? Miller. Okay. Similarly, if you see department 20, max cell is 3000, mean cell is 800. Okay. So it is printing for all the employees. So it could be a little tricky. So I have given this 2 examples. Hopefully easily you can answer these questions. Okay, let's go to next question. Hi there. So let's see the next question. Find the second max salary from employee table without any analytical function. So important thing is we are not going to use any analytical function. Something like there is no rank, there is no dense rank, there is row num. Okay. So how we can do it? And this question was asked to me in one interview. Okay, let's go and do it. Let's see the data in employee table. Okay, select star from EMP. Okay. Select star from EMP, right? Okay. So how to find the max salary? Okay, let's see how I'll do it. Max cell from EMP where cell not in select max cell from EMP. See here. So it's quite easy. It's like I have taken the max salary. Max salary here is how much? 5,000. So the king has this 5,000. What I have done it? Exclude that salary and take the remaining. So I have excluded this condition. Not in 5,000. So not in 5,000. What is the highest salary out of this? 3,000, right? This is the amount. It's quite easy, right? Okay. This is a tricky one. So if somebody asks you a question, hopefully you can answer this. Okay, let's go to the next question. Hi there, let's go through the questions. How to print numbers from 1 to 30. And second question is how to print 30 days. These are related. If we know how to write the answer for the first one, we can easily write for the second one too. So let's check it. So dual can be used in multiple different cases. So we can generate also numbers using dual. Just see that. Level from dual connect by level less than equal to 30. Let's run it. So this has generated 30 continuous numbers starting from 1 to 30. So this is actually the level 1, level 2. So this way we can generate it. So let's write it as our option 1. Let's go the second option, how we can write it, option 2. Select row num from, there's a table called XML table. XML table, we have to give a range. So 1 to 30. Let's run it. So this has also printed the number 1 to 30. You want to change it, you can see that also. Let's see for 1 to 10. So it has printed number from 1 to 10 continuous numbers. Let's see the option 3. Select row num from all objects where row num so this way also you can print continuous numbers from 1 to 30, but this is not the right way. Why? Because if you want to print let a huge number, you cannot print it, because how many records are there in the all object table, you can print up to only that many continuous numbers. So this is not the ideal solution. Now let's try to answer the second question. The second question is how to print 30 continuous days. Let's see that. Simple example we can take from the option 1. Let's see that. 30 days, right? So just add sys date plus. So this is going to print your 30 days, right? Let's see. You can see that starting from 12th August, right? This is actually printing one day after. So what you can do is you can do a -1. So this is going to take care of that. Let's see that. It will start from 11 August. Now this is fine, right? 11 August to 9 September. This is 30 days. So this way we can print 30 continuous days. This could be used in any other scenarios. Let's you want to generate the bus seat numbers or some continuous numbers. You can use whatever tricks Now you saw it. So let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's go and do some kind of hierarchical queries. Okay. So the interview asks something like, can you find me all Saturdays and Sundays in a month? Okay. So how we can do it? Okay. Just we'll go and do some kind of hands-on and let's try to do it. Okay. Okay, I'll just first tell you the tricks how to print some numbers, okay, from dual. So this will be our base to generate those numbers. So simple, use write it level from dual connect by level less than equal to 30. So how we can do is this way we can print 30 numbers. Let's try to print all the day of a month using this function. So how I can do is let what I'll do is I will try to find the start of the month. So how can I find the start of the month? Just see it, how to find the start of the month. Select trunk, right? Trunk, sysdate by month. So this will always take me to the starting of the month. So let's see that dual. So you have to break it piece by piece too. Okay, see, this is let July. I can show you the sysdate so that you will know that. Okay, this is now July. Select star from, select sysdate from dual. Okay, let's see that. This is July, right? Okay, today is 1st July. So if you truncate, even it is let maybe some other date, maybe I will just take it something like 10 days later. Also, if I truncate, it will always go to the 1st of the month. Okay. If you see this is going to the something like 11th of the month, right? Okay. Now I'll use this to get the 1st of the month. Okay. Now 1st of the month I got it. What I'll do is I'll use the same level to go to the next day for 30 days let. So how can I do it? Say this. Yes, it's quite easy, right? So what I can do is start of the month, I'll just put a minus here, -1. So what happened? It goes to the start of the month. So see, July 1 to July 30th I have printed, right? So this is not the right way because I do not know whether that is a 30 days month or a something like whether 30 days month maybe or 31st days or maybe something like 28 days also Feb, right? Okay, so how I can do is simple. I'll use it last day sysdate. Okay, sysdate. Okay, this is the last day of the month minus what I'll do is I'll just truncate it by the month. Truncate it by the month. So what will happen? Truncated by month means it will go the 1st of the month. So again I'll do -1 to get the number of days. Let's see. I'll try to now find it. I'll just remove this one because this may confuse you later. Okay, let's see. Okay, now see, automatically it has print now 21 days. So it has to be +1. Okay, let's see. sorry, less than equal to is minus the date plus 1. Let's see, is it the value? Okay, yes, it has fetched me. It has fetched me something like, okay, this is the last day of the month. You know that it is something like now 31st July. It will give me July. Okay, so July. Then I have to get what is the value of this one, right? Let's see. I'll just try to find it. Select this from dual. Okay. See here. It is going here something around, if you see, truncate by month plus 1. It is going something like 2nd July. Okay, so if I do something like 31st minus, okay, 31st minus 2 equal to something like, how much we are getting? Around 29. So we are adding up to 29 values, okay, to get all the records. Okay, so let's print that way. Okay, now I will just try to query this data. So now I got 1st July to 31st July. My job is now done. So what I have to do now on this top of this is, I have to filter it whether this is a Sunday or Saturday or Sunday. Okay, so where what I'll put it, something like, this is the date, right? This is the date val. Okay, so what I'll do is date val. What I'll put, date val. Okay, so to char date val. Then what I'll put is something like month. Sorry, not month. dy date. dy in what? Saturday and Sunday, right? So Sat and Sun in single quotes. So this will filter me all the Saturdays and Sundays. Let's try to find it out. Yes, so I can just print this also. Just a minute. What I'll do is, I'll try to print this also. Okay, so what I'll do is, along with this, I'll put this. So it is like, whichever is the date val, I'll put it. Let's see. To char star, right? It is, okay, not star, I'll put it. Date val. Okay, let's see now. See that it has put all Saturday Sundays. So 4th is a Saturday, 5th is Sunday. So we can just check it. Now you can say this. 4th July is Saturday, 5th is Sunday, again 11th is Saturday, 12th is Sunday, right? Again 18th is Saturday, 19th is Sunday. So you can see it here, right? Okay. So this question you can easily answer it. Okay. So let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's go and little explore that how hierarchical query we can use and do a lot of stuffs. Okay. So this question probably may not be asked something like who's too experienced guys, but for 4-5 experienced guys, probably interview can ask this, that whether this guy can use the Oracle functions or not. Okay, so let's try to, okay, this is a string, we'll pass it, and we want something like first character O here, next character R, A, C, L, E. Okay, so what you can do is, you can use that level function, whatever we saw, and you'll use substr function. Okay, substr, and try to do it. Okay, let's go and do it. So let's try to build a something like table on that. Oracle is a Oracle. Okay, this is a str. Okay, from dual. Okay, so I'll create a table on that. So with T as this one, right? Okay, so if I do select from star, what will happen? Select star from T, it will give me the Oracle, right? Okay, let's see. Yes, okay. So now what I have to do is I have to print one by one characters. Okay, so what I can do is I can use sob str. What I'll do, I'll pass this string str, okay, and I will print something like the level from 1, okay. Then what I'll do is I'll print 1 record, okay. Then T connect by level less than equal to length of the string, okay, length of the string. So hopefully this will print. Let's see. Yes, can you see this one? So you do lot of things using this hierarchical queries. So there is like no limit. You can explore a lot of things. Okay, so let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's do the similar kind of query. Okay, and this will not be asked to very experienced guys. This is probably for below 5 years, 6 years guys. They may ask to write something like this. Okay, so let's do it. It's also pretty simple. Okay. So select, I'll use lpad function, lpad, lpad, okay. I'll use a star, then I use level, then I'll again use star, okay. This is a format of a pyramid. So I'll column name I will give pyramid, okay. From dual connect by level. I only want to print only 5 rows let, okay, equal to 5. So it's pretty simple. Okay, connect by level less than equal to 5. Let's see. Sorry, lpad. Okay, so yeah. So let's see. Okay, so you can print it, right? It's quite simple. So I think you should be now well versed to print this kind of things. So let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's see another type of hierarchical query. Okay. So I think the spelling is little mistake here. So it's convert. Okay. So this is convert the string of comma separated value to rows. For example, I'll pass King, Ford, and Scott. It should change into 3 rows. Something like I'll pass this string. It should come something like King first, then Ford, then Scott. Okay. Scott. Okay. Actually, this is very interesting. You may think that it is just for like asking questions. I have written it. This you will find in some kind of queries wherever people try to pass some kind of string and compare the data. Now think about it. You pass a string and you compare the data, right? They try to make some kind of dynamic queries, but that is not a good option. Okay, I'll tell you how to do it. Okay, let's do it. Hi, even I do not remember the syntax, so I just copied from my repository. Okay, what I'll do is I'll pass here King, let's Scott, or what the name was, something like probably Ford. Okay, so it should give me 3 records. Let's see that. Yes, can you find this one? What happens is, let you have a Java application, okay? It gives you some kind of data like this, and you have to build a query to fetch data from the database. So if you build some dynamic queries, it may work, it may not work. And there are chances that some wrong string can pass and you may have some kind of problem. The best option what is here is you can use this regular expression sub str, and you can use this hierarchical query to print it into rows, and you can pass this to your query. Okay, so let's go. Please remember this one. You can just take a snapshot of this one and keep it, because this will be helpful in your day-to-day work. Okay, let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's go to next kind of hierarchical queries. This is the most important of hierarchical queries. Okay, so I will just explain you about the hierarchy, so that if any question comes on hierarchy, you should be able to answer it. Okay, so whenever its hierarchy starts, right, this is called the root node. Okay, just remember it. This is called the root node. Okay, these are called the child nodes. Okay, child node. And the last node, they are called the leaf nodes. Okay, this is called leaf nodes. Okay, okay, and this is called the depth. If you see this, king to black, one level, black to allen, one more level. So king to allen is level, there are level 2 difference. So if the king is level 1, black will be in level 2, and allen will be in level 3. Okay, so whenever you traverse from top down, this will be level 1, and this will be level 2, and this will be level 3, and this will be level 4. If you traverse from here, so this will be level 1, this will be root node that case, whenever traverse from bottom up. This will be 1, this will be 2, this will be 3, and this will be 4. So this should be clear. Okay, now the question is, let's see the question. I'll remove all those. Okay, so it will be clear. Okay, find all the employees reporting to black. So who are the employees who are reporting to black? So I have to get along with black, right? Black will be in level 1 and remaining will be in level 2. Okay, let's do some kind of hands-on to get the data. Okay, okay, let's start and see the data in the employee table. Okay, I'll build a query now. Select. Okay, I'll put something like ename, then level from emp connect by prior mgr equal to emp number. Okay, I'll give start with the black's ID. Okay, so start with emp number is black. Let's see what is black. 7698. I'll just put it 7698, right? So let's see. Okay, so it has to be reverse. Let's see. I'll put it this way. EMP number equal to prior EMP number. Okay, so who are reporting to now? Black. Okay, so I got it. So black is in level 1 and LN is level 2, others are level 2, right? Okay, we got it, right? Let's see that in the your diagram. Okay, 7. You can see that Turner, Martin, Allen, Ward, James, right? You can see that Allen, Ward, Martin, Turner, James, right? Okay, so I can also see how it is traversing. That is something like sys connect by path. So what I'll do is ename I'll just put it. How it is traversing through the path also I can get it. Okay. So I'll show you that how it is traversing. So this is the path. So let's see. It's very interesting. See here. So first is black, level 1. Now Alan is reporting to black. Ward is reporting to black. Martin is reporting to black. Tono is reporting black. Okay. Let's try to find who was reporting to King. So all employees should come, right? What is King's ID? We'll see that King's ID is this one, 7839. He is the manager of all because he does not have the manager. See here. Okay. I'll find who are reporting to King. Now see who are reporting to King. All the guys are reporting to King, right? So all records should come. Okay. So now I'll just fire this query. Can you say this? All the employees, this 14 employees of the employee table has come. So King in the first level. Who is reporting to King? John's. And who is reporting to John? Is Scott. Everything we got it. Even we can get the reverse way. Okay. Now I want to find something like, let's see now who is reporting to, or who are the super manager of Miller. Okay. Now super manager of Miller is King. So it is like traversing this way. Now Miller's manager is clerk, clerk's manager is King. So if I traverse from here, it should give me all the managers, clerk and King. Okay. So let's do that. For Miller, I think we'll find it, right? Who are report. Okay. So we'll start with Miller. Where is Miller? Miller ID is this one, right? Okay. I'll start with Miller, this one. Okay. Then I'll give something like this will be opposite because I'm traversing opposite way now. Okay. Bottom up. Okay. Now say this one. It should return me level 1 is now Miller because I'm going bottom up. Level 2 is clerk. Miller is directly reporting to clerk. Now Miller is indirectly reporting to King. Clerk is directly reporting to King. See there, clerk is directly reporting to King, right? So you can traverse from bottom up and top down, or also from branch node to leaf node, branch node to root node. Okay. So you can answer it. Okay. So let's go to next question. Hi, let's go to next section. So what are the types of query? Okay. Just we'll see and go through the definitions because many times people get confused. Okay. Yes. So what are the types of query? The first one I have written a subquery. So if you see something like if you write a query, right? Select stand from employee where department number is, there is a bracket, select department number in department, right? So in this case, if you say this, always subquery is executed first. Okay. And this kind of queries you call it normal subquery. There is another kind of subquery is called correlated subquery. Correlated subquery is simple example. You write a statement and you give another subquery, but you have to give a join condition inside the subquery. That is called a correlated subquery. Okay. So we have already, I think, did a lot of examples on subqueries. At least you can answer that. What is the inline view? Inline view, many times people get confused that it is a subquery but which looks like a table. So always you'll find a from clause will be there, and after that there will be subquery. So it behaves like a table. So if you see, this behaves like a table. Okay. So now we are clear, right? You can answer what is a subquery, what is a correlated subquery, and what is an inline view. Hi there. Let's go to next question. Exist clause used in what type of queries? I think we have almost discussed everything, right? It's quite easy. Yeah, answer is correlated subquery. Okay, so let's go to next question. Next question is when to use in and where to use exist clause. Okay, so is used in subquery and exist is used in correlated subquery. Okay, so the question is now where to use it, right? So it is also, we have discussed it, that where the subquery data set is huge, so large data, that case you will use exist, and if you have a smaller data set in subquery, you will use in, right? Let's see the answer. Yeah. So when subquery data set is huge, exist clause is faster than in clause. Okay, so we'll close here the query types. Let's go to next set of questions. Hi there, let's go to the next question. So next question is something like write the case syntax. Okay, so mostly the interview will ask to write the syntax of case statement or a small piece of code. Okay, so let's see the syntax and do a small, write a small piece of code. Okay, the case statement looks like this. Okay, you have a expression. Okay, so if the expression satisfy, okay, the first condition, when the condition 1, then it gives a result, right? Okay, if the condition 2 give the result, okay, and like you can put n conditions, so condition n give the result, okay, and there is a else clause. If not falling under this conditions, okay, you can give a else clause and put the result. Okay, so let's do a small program. So program is like this. Okay, I'll see the employee table. Okay, just a minute. Yeah, sometimes what happens is like if there is the live oracle is inactive for a long time, you need to recreate all the objects again. Okay, I just created the employee table. Okay, let's see. Okay, now the data is available, right? What I want to do is I want to display the department details. Okay, the department description. Example is, there's a 10. I'll display something like this is accounting. This is 20, displayed as research. If this is 30, displays sales. If it's not falling into this 10, 20, 30, displays others. Okay. Let's try the statement. We'll see the data. Okay, I'll build the case statement here. Okay, case. Let e dot dpt number. Okay, when 10, then what I have to do, I have to print accounting, right? Okay, I'll put this code. This is accounting. If 20, then it should be research. Okay. Okay. When 30, then display cells. Else you put what? Else is others, right? Okay, we'll put it others. Okay. Okay, what I'll do is I have to just end the case statement. Okay, give a alias name something like dpt dsc from employee. Let's see, I'll just try to now fire this query.
Okay, can you see this one? Okay, so if this is 20, we can see research, 30 cells, 10 accounting, right? So this is one type of writing case. There is also another type. Okay, let's see that. I have already written it. So in this case, just see the difference. Here I put the expression just after case, right? But I can also do that. The condition can be put inside when also. Simple example what I have done is, let salary is greater than $500, less than 3,000, then increase the salary by, not increase the salary, this is a bonus, okay, give the bonus around 25%. If salary is greater than 3,000 and less than equal to 5,000, give a bonus of 20%. Else give a bonus of 18%. Okay, so let's see that. Okay, so case else. I think I missed maybe then. I'll just see that. Okay, then let's see. Yeah, it is fine now. You see that. Okay, if this is greater than 500 and less than 3,000, so it should be 25%. So let's see 800 into 25%. What is the value? 800 into 0.25, right? From dual, let's see. It should be 200, right? So dual spelling is wrong. Okay. This is 5, right? 200, right? So you can write both the ways. You can put the condition in the when as well as in the case. So I have put the condition here, case, right? Okay. So let's go to the next question. Hi there, let's go to the next question. So here also like write the syntax of decode. So interview can either ask to write a syntax or a small piece of code. So first let's see the syntax and then I'll write a small piece of code. So how decode looks? So decode is something like this is your expression. If expression satisfy the value 1, the condition 1, this is the output. If satisfied the value 2, then this is the output. If it's not within this val 1 and val 2, this is like other condition, this is the output. Okay. So I'll just translate it into if. So I should have put it output 3. Okay. So if expression is val 1, then output 1. If expression is val 2, output 2. Others, that is else, is output 3. Okay. So let's go and write a small piece of code. Okay, let's write the same statement, whatever we wrote in case in decode. Okay, so this is the condition. How we can write it? Now select. We'll just copy paste to. Okay, yes. So quickly you can do it. Okay, so e dot star. This is the e alias name. I'll just put decode. So Control Z, decode e dot dpt number 10, then print accounting. Okay, if 20, print research. If 30, print cells. If not within the 10, 20, 30, this is the else clause, then put it others. Means other than 10, 20 or 30. Okay. So let's fire the query. I think somewhere, okay, we missed out the right side bracket. Okay. So I'll give alias name, dpt underscore desc. Okay, so let's see the data. Okay, it's almost same, right? So if the department 20 research, 30 is sales, 10 is accounting. Okay, so hopefully I think you can write the code as well as you can explain the interview, right? Okay, let's go to the next question. Hi there, let's go to a different set of queries using analytical functions. Okay, so the question is, let a vehicle number 1, and the odometer reading is something like 2643. It is something like end of the year. In 2013, end of the year, it traveled this much kilometers. Okay, end of the year 14th, it traveled this much of kilometers. And end of the year 15 is traveled this much kilometers. Okay, so the question is, find the distance travel in each year. Simple example is, this vehicle traveled 2643 in 13, but in 14 it has traveled how much? In 14 it has traveled 14806 minus, this is the value, right? Because this covered in 2013, so 2643. And in 2015 it should be something like 26222 minus 14806. So let's write a query how we can easily do this. Okay, okay, let's see the data is there or not. I have put the data in the table. Okay, so whichever we saw in the, okay, let's see that probably table is not there. I'll just create it. I'll create the table. Okay, okay, I'll put the data. Okay, now let's see the data. Okay, we have the same data whatever we saw on the slide. Okay, so how to write the query? Okay, so I'll just tell you that how to write it is, we'll write, this is the kilometer, right? Kilometer. Then what I'll do is, I'll give something like lag. Okay, lag t dot kilometer. Okay, from what the table? This one, the table, right? I'll give t dot kilometer. Okay, so this is what, if I give something like lag, means give me the previous record data. Okay, simple example, will just fire this query. Okay, so what you have to give is, okay, so because there is a lag, I have to give over partition by close. Okay, over partition by, sorry, over partition by what I have to give, because I have to take vehicle wise, right? Here I put only one vehicle, but there might be multiple vehicles. Partition by vehicle, order by, what I'll do is, I'll do date kilometer, order by this kilometer, ascending. Let's see. Okay, so I will just fire this query now. Okay, I think window is something missing, because T, I think this is okay, or window is missing. Partition by over, then after that it should be one bracket here, and this should be the previous year. Okay, let's run it. Okay, now you can see that, see here. So for 2000, I'll give the date also so that it will be helpful. Okay, so let's see that. I'll put the date kilometer also, okay, along with this one, T dot, that's right. Okay. Okay, now we got it. So 2013, this is the kilometer covered and previous data is 0. Similarly, 2014, the total this much of kilometers it has covered, and previous year data is this one. This is the cumulative one, right? Okay. Now it is easy for me that I can take a minus of this minus this will give me the distance travel in 2014, right? How can I do it now? What I'll do is this, I'll take this kilometer minus this, right? This is the distance travel, actual distance travel in that year. Actual distance, okay. Okay. Let's fire this query. Yes, now you can see that in 2013, this is the kilometer, in 14, this is the kilometer, 15, this is the kilometer. Okay, so you can easily answer this question, right? Okay, so let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's do the next type of like finding duplicates using analytical function. The question is find the duplicate rows using analytical functions. Okay, this is the table. Now you can find that this record is duplicate. Okay, so let's try to find this duplicate using some kind of analytical functions. Let's see data is there in the table or not. So table is fruits. Okay, data is that. Okay, so how can I find it? I'll just do select star e dot star comma fruits, alias name I'll just put it E. Okay, now I'll just put row number. This is analytical function. Okay, row number over partition by partition by, I'll give this two columns. Okay, so partition by this comma and the column. I'll put order by I'll put it fruit ID. Okay, fruit ID DSA. Okay, so here I have to give a bracket, here also one bracket. I'll give something like row num. Okay, so let's see, I'll fire the query from keyword, right? So I just missed out from. Okay, now you can find it. The first row it is given 1, second apple it is given 2. Okay, similarly others, if you see that muskmelon is given 1, orange given 1, because there is no duplicate. Okay, here only there is one duplicate, that is given the rank 2. So you have to just filter it on top of that. Select star from this where Rn is greater than 1. Okay, so it is simple. So if you can find it, what is the duplicate, you can also delete it. So simple also you can do it. Simple statement what you can do, delete from fruits. Okay, where row ID in. So you can take the row ID here. So here you can take the, instead of this, I can only take, okay, what I'll do is select row ID from. Okay. So now see this. Okay. Where row ID n, select row ID from. Yeah, let's try to find the row ID. Let's see what is the row ID which has the duplicate. This is the row ID, right? Simple, what you can do, give a in, find the row ID, right? Simple. Then you just run it. So one row is deleted. Let's see the data. See that. So 1, 2, 3, one extra was there, right? It is deleted now. So hopefully you can answer this, right? Okay, so let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to the next question. What is the difference between rank and dense rank? Rank and dense rank different is, the difference is like they almost rank everything, but in rank it jump if you have two same rank, and in dense rank it does not jump, right? So better to just go and see some examples and try to understand it. Okay. Okay, let's see. I'll just see the employee. Okay, this is the employee data. Okay, I'll just write the syntax. Select e dot star. First, I'll write rank. Okay. Obho partition by null. Okay, order by sal DSC. Okay, this I'll give it something like row num by rank. Okay, so I'll just copy paste same thing and put it as a dense rank. So total is dn as a dense rank. Okay, so let's see what is this is called dense rank. So I'll put it dense, den as a dense rank. Okay, I'll put a comma. Okay, from EMPE, right? Okay, from EMPE. So let's see the data. Okay, now you try to analyze it. Okay, it has completely done a ranking across the organization. So king is the rank 1. Okay, so dense rank is also same. Now see that is almost same, because this, see here, these two people has got same salary. So dense rank has also given 2 and this also given 2. Okay, and same rank has given 2, also dense rank has given 2. But see here, whenever it goes to the next record, normally it should come as 3, right? But in rank it will jump to 4 because it has 2 similar records. If you use the same rank records, right? What it will do is jump, because 1 extra, so jump to something like 2 records. But here it has not jumped to 2 records, it has jumped only 1 record. The next record, it has gone to next record. So it has skipped 1 record in between because 1 record here extra. Okay, similarly, is there any other record? I don't think so. Okay, so I think here also similar. Just see that this is rank 10th and this is 9th. Okay, this is also rank 10 because of the same salary, but next record had jumped 2 here instead of jumping only 1, right? Next record, but it has skipped 1 here, but it has not skipped in dense rank. So at least you can now understand the logic so that you can explain it better. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Hi there, let's go to the next question. Next question is, put the salary of employee in 5 equal buckets. So how it is something like, let salary is total 800 to 5,000 in employee table, right? So what it is telling is that keep equal 5 buckets, something like 800 to some value, again some value to some value, okay? Then final will be till 5,000. So it will be how many buckets? Total 5 buckets, and all that bucket width will be same, okay? So let's use some kind of Oracle built-in functions and do it, okay? Let's see the data in employee table. Select start from EMP. Okay, so what is the max salary and mean salary I will get? Okay, so that we'll put the bucket equally. Select max salary and mean sal, right? Mean sal, max sal. What I'll do is sal from EMP. Okay, so what we'll do is using this, we'll use some equal 5 buckets. Okay, now select E dot sal, sorry, E dot, let star, I'll put it. Then I'll use, there is a function called width bucket, bucket, okay, bucket. Then what I have to give, on which I am doing the buckets is salary, right? Salary range, right? Sal. So what is the minimum range is 800. What is the maximum range? I know 5,000. Okay, simple. Then I'll give something like let bucket number. Okay, this is the alias name. Okay, so now from EMP E, then I have to give, I have to order by the bucket. Order by the bucket number. Let's see, is it working this way? Okay, let's see. Okay, I have to give how many buckets also, right? Okay, I have given 5 buckets. Yes. Now you say this. What it has given is like bucket 1. Can you see this? Bucket 1, all are falling into the bucket 1. Okay. And bucket 2, this is falling into bucket 2. And these are falling in bucket 3. And this is falling in bucket 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I think instead of 5, it has displayed as something like 6. Because it is not falling into bucket 5th, I think so. Okay. So let's see that what is the bucket it has created. Okay. So if I do something like 5 buckets, 5,000 minus 800 divided by 5. Okay. So divided by 5. So this is the difference. Okay. Each bucket width. Let's see. Select star from. Okay. This is by 5 from dual. Okay. Okay. It is around 840, right? So width of the each bucket is 840. So now think about it. First bucket will be something like 800. Next will be how much? 840 plus 800. Okay. Second will be this to this plus 2 into this, right? Right. Okay. Let's try to see that how much is the value. Okay. Now bucket 1 is how much? This value is almost like 1640. Okay, 1640. And bucket 2 is how much? 1642. It is almost like it is 1680 plus 800, it's something 2480. I think this is the value. Okay, let's see. So the bucket 1 is this. Okay, bucket 2 is this. Okay. So let's see that is it really falling into that or not. Okay. Let's try to see that. If you see this, in bucket 1, it is up to 1640, right? See here, 1500 is coming within that, right? It is falling into bucket 1. Now bucket 2 is within 2480. See here, this has fallen into bucket 2. Definitely correct. Now bucket 3 is definitely falling into that. If you add 2848 plus 840, definitely this will fall into bucket 3. Okay, I think it has given the right bucket. So you can simply use with bucket function, give the minimum, give the maximum, then how many buckets you want. Okay, so this will take care. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to the next type of question. It's a little bit of complicated. Okay, let in a cinema there are around 100 seats are there. Okay, we do not know which are the seats booked. We have to find the 3 consecutive seats. Okay, so let's try to build some kind of query. I'll show you 2 different ways. Okay, and this is a little bit complicated. Okay, let's see that whether table is there or not. Okay, table does not there. I'll just create the table. Note it, I'm creating it. Okay, and I'm putting random value into that. It is something like I do not know which are the seats free and which are the seats booked. If you see, run it, right? Just a minute, I'll show you that. I'll run 2 times. You'll see that. See here, 1 is free, 2 is booked. Okay, if I run 1 more time, what happens? See here, all are free. See, all free then booked. So all where this data changes, I have used this random value functions. I have taken something around, I can tell maybe 100 seats. I'll not take 150 seats, 100 seats. I'm taking some random 1000 numbers and dividing by 2. If this is even number, make it something like odd number, make it booked. If it is even number, make it free, something like that. Okay, so now I'll create the table. Let's see if table is created or not. Table is created. I'll put the data. Okay, I don't know how many records are now resolved and how many are free. Okay, now see the data. Okay, I'll tell 2 ways you can write it. Okay, see here, some are booked, some are free. So see here, this free, this are free, these 2 are free, right? I want consecutive 3 free. How can I do that? Okay, I'll just use the lead function, how I can do it. Okay, let's write a lead function, select, okay, t dot seat id, okay, seat id, it is let seat 1. Okay, so I'll use lead function. So this is what means what is the next seat is. Okay, so I'll put this one t seat. Okay, and I'll just move 1 ahead over what? Over, I'll do order by seat ID, let ascending. Okay, this is one. What I'll do is let this, I'll make it seat number 2. I'll make it another. So what I'll do is take the 3rd set. Okay, ascending, I'll make it seat number 3. Okay, I'll just try to find it from cinema ticket. Okay, let's see what I'm getting. T, right? I have to give alias name T. Yes. So now see that I have got the seat numbers, okay, which is the next seat number after 1, 2, 3. Now I have to just find the status of this one, right? Okay, so how can I know that one? Let's print the status also. These are the seat numbers. I have to print the status also. Now what I'll do is, take the status column, right? What is the column name? What is the column name? I'll just see that status, right? So what I'll take, give me the status 1, 2 based upon the condition. Okay. So order by set, this is T set status. Okay. So I'll put this one. This is 3. Okay. So I have to put it T dot status as status 1. T dot status as seat status 1, right? Okay. I will now fire this query again. Let's see what I am getting. Yes, now you can see that seat 1 is booked, seat 2 is booked, seat 3 is free. Now seat 3 is free, booked. So now what I have to do, a condition that all are free, right? Consecutive 3. So what I'll do, from this, where seat status equal to what, I'll free, right? And seat 2 status equal to free, and seat 3 status equal to free. This will give me all consecutive 3 free. Let's see whether 3 seats are free or not. If it's not available, it will not display it, right? So seat status 3, right? Seat status 3. So okay. So this is and seat status 3. Okay, sorry, this name was different. Okay, instead of set, so I will give set. Okay, now we'll run it. Yes, now you can find it. See here, 14, 15, 16 is free, 15, 16, 17 is free, 20, 20 and 23 is free. I get a lot of, right? 78, 79, 80 is free. So you can do this way. Let's see, 14, 15, 16 is free or not. I can see that. Okay, from where I'll fill, okay, 14, 15, 16, I can just validate some data. Okay, this 3 data I will validate. What I'll do, I'll just validate this data from this table. Okay. Okay, so 14, 15, 16 is free. We'll see that 14, 15, 16. Can you see this? 14, 15, 16 is free. Got. Now 15, 16, 17 is free. 15, 16, 17 is also free. We got it, right? Now 21, 22, 23 is free, right? 21, 22, 23 is free, right? Now data is correct. So this way you can do it. If you have 4, you can probably add another condition. But this is not generic query. I want something like n number of receipts. How can I get it? Okay, I'll just write the query. You just look into that. I have already written the query. Just look into that. What I have done is like, I have, if you see this one, just you will analyze it. You can understand it. Okay. What I have done is that continuously if booked, I have given a number, something like, say here, 1, 2 booked. Okay. Then next booked is 3. Next book is 4, then next book is 6, something like that. I have given the number. Okay, similarly I have given for free also. Free first 1, next free is 2, next free is 3. Then what I did is, I tried to find, let this continuous booked are there, right? I have to find what is the minimum and what is the maximum. Maximum is this one 5, minimum is 3, and I have to just do a minus, right? So I'll get the data. So what I've done is I've just run the query. Now you can see that. Yes. Now we say that continuously 2 seats are free. The starting point is 1, ending point is 2. Similarly, 14 to 17, 4 seats are continuously free. From 38 to 41, 4 seats are free. Here, 32 to 37, 6 seats are free. Okay, so this is a little bit complex and tricky to understand. please copy this code, just take a snapshot of this one and try to understand it. And you will be very happy that this kind of code can be written in SQL. You no need to, even you write a very big code in PLSQL, it's not necessary. If you are good in SQL, you can do miracle out of it. Okay, so we'll conclude here about the analytical query here. Okay, so let's move to the next topic.
Hi there, let's go to next question. What are the types of join? So basically there are 5 types of join. One is called self join, equi join, non-equi join, outer join. This will maybe go to another maybe slide. Okay, then one more, the last one is Cartesian join. So let's go one by one. Okay. Yeah, the first one was the self join, right? Self join is nothing but whenever the table is joined with itself, that is called self join. Simple example is a tree structure. So if you see the employee table, the managers column is there in the employee table itself. So if you say this is only one table and employee number is joined with same table, another column called manager. So this kind of join is called self join. So let's go to next type of join. Yeah, next type of join is equi join. So equi join is quite simple whenever there is a equality sign. Now see that we are joining table employee and department based upon what? Employee dot department number and department dot department number. Okay, so in this case equi join because there is a equality sign, right? Okay, it's quite simple. Okay, let's go to next type of join. Yeah, so next join is, if you say here there is no equal to sign, right? It's a non-equi join. So in this case what will you find? Sign will be not equal to sign is what? Like this, right? Okay, or this, right? This is not equal sign. So it should be something like this. Or there is a between clause, or greater than, or less than, right? So simple example I have given is, let we are joining employee and sal grade table. Okay, and I'm checking the employee falling into which sal grade. So salary between. So this is important here. Because of this, we are calling it a non-equi join. Okay, so quite easy, right? Let's go to next type of join. So this is called Cartesian join. If there is no join, then this is called Cartesian. Means what happens is it is a Cartesian product. Simple example, let employee table has 3 records. One is 1, 2, 3. Okay, and department table has only let 2 departments, department 10 and department 20. Whenever there will be no join, which is called a Cartesian join, what happens? We'll find how many rows? 1, then the combination will be 1, 10, again 1, 20, 2, 10, and 2, 20, then 3, 10, and 3, 20. This means how many records? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So total 6 records. Normally what happens? If there is no join, the number of record of the table is 3 into the number of record in the table B or another table is let 2. It will just multiplication of that because it will make combination of
each record with all the record of the next table. So it will be around 6, right? Okay. So let's go to next question. Hi there. We we did not discuss about this one, right? Outer join, because this is there are a lot of things inside. So I took it out and created another question. Okay. So what are the types of outer join? Okay. Let's see that. There are basically 4 types of outer join. One is called inner join, which is called also simple join. So what happens is, if you have table 1 and table 2, right? So then inner join gives you only the intersection of table 1 and table B. Okay. So what is left outer join? Whenever we join the table 1 with table B, it always gives the intersection plus the table A. Okay. So this is called left outer join. Okay. Similarly, the right outer join is just opposite. It gives always the intersection of both the table plus the table 2 data. Okay, this is called outer join. What about full outer join? Full outer join is something like, it will give the intersection obviously, definitely, then table A remaining plus table B remaining. Okay. So let's go and see one by one. This is inner join or the simple join. Okay. So how the code is? Just you have to write the column details, then the table name, then this table is joining, inner joining with this table, department table, and a condition. On which condition? Department equal to department number. So in this case, what we will get? Only you will get the common data. Simple example is, let's see, we have 10, 20, 30, 50 records are there, right? And we are joining with department number and department number. So what is the common? See, department 10 is matching, then department 20 is matching, now 30 matching. Okay. So all the record will get from this. Okay, let's see. The output should be King, Scott, Adam, and Turner, right? Okay. I think this is quite easy. So let's go to next type of join. Yeah, this is called left outer join. So left outer join, how to write the code is the column list, then the table, then left outer join on which table? This table. Or left outer join with which table? Department table. On which condition? Department. So in this case, what will happen? We'll get always the common plus what is extra in the driving table. So this is the table. Okay. Let's see that. What is the common? 10, 10 is there, 20, 20 is there, then 30, 30 there, right? Okay. So what is extra in now the employee join table? This is the extra, right? So this many record has to come. Can you say this one? Okay, this has come completely, which is common across. Okay, along with the location. If you see that location, we are taking from department, and this 50 has also come because of the left outer join, and there is no corresponding 50 record in department. So location column is null or empty. Okay. So this is clear, right? Let's go to next type of join. Yeah, this is right outer join. Right outer join is just opposite. So what we have to write? Same column list, then the table name, then right outer join with which table, then what is the condition. In this case, what will happen? The common data will come plus what is extra in department table has to come. So what is the common? 10, 20, 20 is there, then 30, right? What is extra in this department table is this. So this will come. Let's see it has come or not. You see this, this is common 10, 20, 30. Okay. And this is the extra from department table, the Boston location. And it does not have anything. If you see the Boston belongs to which department? 40, and 40 is not there in employee table. So it did not fetch anything employee related data, right? Okay. So let's go to next type of join. Yeah, next type of join is full outer join. So what happens is it will the same, write all the column list, then the table, and full outer join with which table, and there is a condition on which condition we are joining it. So let's see what are the common things will definitely come. 10 will come, 20 will come, 30 will come. Okay. So 10, 20, 30, this is the common definitely will come. Then what it has to fetch? Extra from employee join table. Extra from employee join table is this 50, right? Can you see this 50? This is the extra. Extra has come. Okay. And there is no 50 in department table, so this is empty. Okay, because department 50 is not existing in department table. Okay. Similarly, department 40 is extra in department table, which is not present in employee table. So we got this data from department table. Okay. So now hopefully this is clear, right? You can easily answer these questions. Okay. Let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's go to next question. What are the different data types and size in the table creation? It's something like data type and their size. Okay. So just to give small information on a table, this is a table. Okay. Table is something like a object. Okay. And different columns these are rows, these are columns, right? Okay. So these are columns. These are column let 1, column 2, this is column 3, this is 2, this is column 3, right? Just to know that these are called, the columns are called attributes. Okay, these are called attributes. Okay. So basically these attributes we define the data types. Okay. So and this data type has some size, right? Okay. So let's go and see the different data types and their size. So if you see the data types majorly in 4 categories. So one is character. Okay. So character has, there is a char, varchar2, celob, this is large object, there is a long. Okay. So now question comes, what is the maximum size of a character? If I declare a column with a char, what is the maximum size? So interviewer can ask this size also. So you remember this is 2000 bytes. For varchar it is 4000 bytes. For celob it is 4 gigabytes. For long it is 2 gigabytes. Okay. Similarly, number you can declare something like PQ. There is one is called precision. Okay. And the maximum size is how much? 21 bytes per row. Okay, so if you have something like a column with a number, so maximum it can take is 21 bytes. Okay, so let's see about the date. So date is around 7 bytes. Okay, and the normal format is, if you see in the database, is DD MONYY. DD is something like you'll find, let date is 15, MON is something like Jan, YY is, let this is 2020, you'll find only 20. Okay. Now the last one is binary. So binary data, there are 4 to 5 different types. One is BLOB, binary large object. maximum size is 4 gigabytes. B file, this is for external files. You can declare a column something like B file. So that case you have to store the file in a file system outside the database, and you can refer it. You can just keep the locator of that B file. Okay. Row, the maximum size is around 2000 bytes. Long row is similarly max size is around 2 gigabytes. Okay. So let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's go to next question. How many columns are possible in a table? Next question, how many long columns are possible in a table? The third question, how many LOB columns are possible in a table? Let's see the answer and we'll do a small test. How many long columns are possible for a table? Answer is only one. How many columns are possible for a table? Total 1000 columns. How many LOBs column possible for a table? Answer is it can have all 1000 columns as large objects. Let's do a small test. Let's run this script to test how many columns are possible. So in the first command what I am doing is creating a table, and in this next command what I am doing is adding extra column in each statement and looping for 1000 times means I am going to add now 1000 columns. Let's run it. So you see the output, maximum number of columns in a table or a view is 1000. We cannot add more than 1000. So let's do one thing. I'll put it now 999 means already one column exists. I'm going to add another 999 columns. Let's drop the table if already there. Table is dropped. Let's run it now. Process means it has now added total 919 columns. There was already one column means now maximum possible columns are 1000. Let's see the second question, how many long columns are possible. Let's create a table. What I'll do is I'll try to add more than one long columns. Let's run it. So you see the error. So table can contain only one column type long. So we cannot add more than one column. Let's go to the third question, how many large objects column possible in a table? Let's drop the table again. Table is dropped. Now I am creating the table with blob and adding some kind of CLOB. So these are large objects, right? In this case, what I'm doing is I am adding extra now 999 columns means total 1000 columns. Let's run it. So it has created the table. So we can have all 1000 columns as large objects. You can answer this question easily now. Let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's go to next question. What are the types of table? So majorly there are two types of table. One is called heap organized table, whichever table we normally create. And then there is one more table called IoT indexed organized table. For index organized table,
we do not need a separate index because the data is arranged in such a fashion like an index. Okay. So in which case your IoT will be used? Mostly the table is like a metadata table and table data is small, so that whenever there are a lot of joins with the IoT tables, right, the query will be faster. Okay. So let's go and see the definition. Okay, so majorly there are two types of table. One is heap organized table, whichever normal table we create it, okay. And there is one more is like IoTs, index organized table. So how to create a index organized table is, the syntax is same, okay. And definitely you have to give a key and organized index. So this is the statement we have to give it to create an IoT table, okay. So let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to the next question. What is the difference between global and local temporary table? Okay. So first we should know that what is a global temporary table. Okay. We have some schema. Okay. This is schema 1 and this is schema 2. Okay. So whenever you create a global temporary table, right? Schema 1 has created a global temporary table, right? So this table will be accessible by other users, okay? If you create a local temporary table, this is called private temporary table, that is part of 18C. So the private table only accessible to this user if it is created by user 1, okay? So why this temporary table is used? Thing is, like, mostly the temporary table is populated, data is populated in PGA, okay, in PGA. So what happens? The structure is there, okay, in the database, but data is populated in the PGA. So what happens is, like, it is only accessible to the session which is using it. Let the session of user 1 is using it, the user 1 has populated the data, so only user 1 can see that data. User 2 cannot see that. It is basically for reporting, something like I want to generate some report like faster. So that case I'll populate the data in the global temporary tables and I can access it, okay. In temporary table is something like you put into your own schema and use it. Others cannot use your structure, okay. And temporary table is something like the structure itself will go once your session is gone. But in global temporary table, your structure will remain, okay. And it has two things. One is something like on commit delete rows and one is on commit preserve rows. So in case of on commit preserve rows, once you commit it, data will be preserved, but once session is closed, data will again go. But if you have something like on commit delete rows, in the session whenever there is a commit, it delete the rows. Okay, so let's go and see the definition. Yeah, kindly see it. In Oracle 18c introduced the concept of private temporary table, a memory-based temporary table that is dropped at the end of the session or transaction depending on the setup. So in two cases it can be dropped. Either session is closed or there is a transaction is done. So transaction done probability like whether there is a commit or there is a rollback. Okay. So how to create it? So this is the syntax, create private temporary table. Similarly, for global temporary table, instead of private, you have to give global. So this is the difference. Okay. So I'll show you one as a hands-on. Yeah, let's go to next topic. What is a partition? It's a very important concept. Let's go and see the definition. Yeah. So if you see that, no, partition is a powerful functionality that allows table indexes and index organized table to be subdivided into smaller pieces, enabling the database to manage and access at a finer level of granularity.
So very important that let you create a index, right? You can subdivide it. Simple example I can tell is like you have a very big table, okay? Let you have so much of data. Let you divide into small partition by year, okay? Let 2011 is one partition, 2012 is one partition, okay? Like this you can divide it. What is the benefit is like whenever you are going to query the data, right? Let 2011 data, you want to take a report. It will only access that partition, it's not going to touch the remaining. So your query will be faster. And let you want to remove some data, right? Normally deletion takes a lot of resource, right? Lot of redo logs are generated and it's also very slow. So what is the benefit of partition is you can drop a partition and that does not take much time for Oracle. I do not need 2011 data, I can drop the partition of 2011. That is quite easy, right? Okay. So let's go and see the type of partition. It's a very big topic, but at least we'll just touch down few of the questions so that we can answer them. I think you know that there are majorly three types of partition. One is a range partition, one is hash partition, one is list partition. Range partition is mostly for the date range. Hash is something like give Oracle to decide that how it is going to partition it. Just we have to give it how many partitions we need, okay? And Oracle will build its own logic to do the partitioning. List partitioning is something like based on certain kind of list. Let I want to save the data of department 10 in one partition, department 28 another partition. This is based upon a certain list. And there is also composite partitions. What you can do is you can add range plus hash. You can similarly add a list with hash. These are called composite partitions, okay? Let's go to next important question. The question is how to add partition dynamically. Normally what happens previously, right? Prior to I think 11G, that if the partition range is over, normally it throw error that there is no partition available to put the data, right? Now Oracle has given something like interval partitioning, wherever dynamically a partition will be created, seeing the data. Okay, so let's see the code. Okay, let's go through the definition. The interval partitioning is an extension of range partitioning where system will be able to create new partition as they are required. So what we have to do is, can you see this one? There is an interval of 1 month. So what it will do is, whenever the let up to January 1st, right? If let Feb date or sorry December data came, right? December 2007 data came. Prior to I think 11G, this should have been failed, okay? So in this case, in interval partitioning, it will create another partition which will be less than 01 December 2007, okay? For this one, I think it will create something like 01 January 2008, okay? So just remember this one because like this is a bit tricky and most of the time I have seen that the interviewer asks question like if I want to add partitioning dynamically. Hopefully you can answer this one. And if you want details, right, because it's very vast, you can go through different kind of partitions and at least see the syntax because only the syntax is the thing which you have to know, and also different scenarios. Okay, let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's go to next question. How can we generate DDL of table from database? Okay, this is really interesting thing is like, let you lost your DDLs and you have already created the tables, and tables are there in database. How can you create DDL from database itself? So Oracle has some functionality. Let's see the code. Yeah, the code is simple. So what you have to do is select metadata dot. Actually, this is a built-in package, and you have to call this inside a, there's a procedure called get DDL. Okay, so get DDL will take what kind of object you want to create the DDL for. You want tables, you want views. So put a table, then you have to pass let what are the table name and who is the owner. Simple example is like, let from all objects, if I do it, what I can say is that I can see the owner, right? If I see the owner, I can find the object name, is the table name, owner will be Scott and the table, right? This will give all the table inside this Scott schema. Okay, this is if the interviewer asks this question, because nobody has asked yet this type of question to me, but this will be helpful in your day-to-day activities. Okay, so let's go to next question.
Hi there. Let's go to new question. What is a constraint? Okay. Yeah, you can answer this. Constraint is to enforce the integrity of data. So let's see what all types of constraint and how they enforce the integrity. Yeah. So question can come like, what are the types of constraint? Okay. So you can tell something like, there are around 5 major types. One is not null. So what it does is, if you put not null in a column, it prohibits a database value from being null. Simple example is, let employee number. Employee number should not be null, right? So we can put there not null. What about unique? Unique is simple example is employee number itself. Even employee name are same, but employee number cannot be same, right? Okay, so next is primary key. Primary key is same as unique, but it is also not null. Simple example is, let employee number. Employee number cannot be nullable, right? To give an example of unique, you can tell something like employee IDs, email IDs, okay? Email IDs of the employee are definitely unique, but that can be null. Let somebody does not have the email IDs, right? Okay. Similarly, foreign key constraint always checks the data from the master table. Simple example is, let department table has a department 10, 20, 30, 40, right? So whenever we put the data in employee table, and employee table has a foreign key referring to department number of department table. That case, we cannot insert any record which is not existent department table. Okay. So now next is check. Check is something like, you want to put a logic on any of the columns. Simple example is, let the email IDs. So email ID should have some kind of @ right? If that is not there, that should throw an error. Okay. Or salary should be more than 0 always, right? So that check also can be put. Or think about the years. So let the joining years is
maybe more than 1900, right? So we can put that, because if you do not put, somebody can insert something like 1700 data or 1600 data, which is not viable or not possible, right? So check constraint is something like you enforce some kind of logics on the data. Okay, so let's go and see a small example. Okay, so I'll create the department table because this is the master table. Okay, now how to create the constraint? I have put all the constraint to one table. Okay, so primary key, you can directly put it a primary key, right? Unique key, I have put it for the email. The check constant, I have put it that higher date should be always greater than 1st January 1900. Okay, so that's nobody can enter any other date. Let below 1900, it should not enter, it should not allow any data. Okay, and now see here, this department key always referring to the department number of the department. So let's create the table. Okay, table is created. So at least you remember the little bit of syntax. If somebody asks you the question, you can easily answer that. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Yeah, the question can be, what is the difference between primary and unique key? So definitely unique key is unique plus nullable. It is nullable, okay? And primary key is primary key. It is definitely unique plus not null. Okay. And one more difference is also there. You can put as many unique key in a table, but primary key will be always one. Okay. So this is clear, right? So let's go to the next question. Next question is, what are the data dictionary of constraints? So let's see that. So data dictionary of constraints is either user constraint, all constraint, or DBA constraints. Okay, just we see one table and see the data. Okay, star from user constraints, right? Let's see that. Yeah. So yeah, employee table, most of the constraints we created, right? We can see that. Okay, see here, department, there is a primary key we created. Okay, and employee, if you say this, there's a primary key, P primary key. Okay, we create a primary key, there's a unique key, and there is a foreign key, say R. R is called reference. Okay, there is a foreign key also created, right? Okay, and sal is not null, right? So some kind of check constraint is created that sal is not null. Okay, similarly employee is not null, there's some kind of check. Okay, so we saw almost everything, right? Okay, so let's go to next set of questions. Hi there, let's go to the next question. Next question is, what are the types of SQL commands? Okay, so let's go and see. So mostly the SQL command is divided into 4 categories. So one is called DDL. So that is data definition language. So whenever we create a table, we alter a table or drop a table, or you rename a table or rename a column, drop a column, or we truncate.
So these are basically data definition wherever we are changing the structure of an object. So this is implicit commit. So whenever you do some kind of DDL statements, right, it by default commit the data. Okay, so let's go to the next type of language is data query language. The select is called data query language wherever we are retrieving data. Okay, so next one is DML. So DML is like data manipulation language wherever we are basically modify the data. So which all statements mostly in DML category is like we are inserting data, we are updating data, we are deleting data, or we are merging data. So just to tell you that merge is also called offset. Offset is something like update and insert. Okay, and log table is also part of DML. Okay, so next is data control language, DCL. So whenever we give some grant or revoke some grants, simple example is telling that you give grant select on let's some object or some table, that part of DCL. Okay, so let's go to next question. So the next question is, what is the difference between delete, commit and truncate? So let's see the difference. So delete is a DML statement. Okay, whenever we are deleting some record from a table. So we can delete maybe based upon some kind of criteria, right? We can delete let employee with a employee ID. So we can pass a condition, but truncate we cannot pass any condition. It's a DDL statement. So that is by default commit. Okay, and when you truncate a table, what happens is completely remove the data, okay, and also deallocate the data segments. Okay, now next one is it can be rolled back. Delete can be rolled back. Okay, once you do a delete, either you commit or you roll back. So two options. In this case, let you can roll back, but truncate is a DDL, so it is implicit commit by Oracle. So you cannot roll back it. So lot of reader generation in delete, so that's why it is slow. In truncate there is minimal log, so it is faster. And the most important factor is in delete is there is sparse in data blocks, because it does not format the blocks, just like our file formatting, right? It does not format the blocks, so there is sparse in the block, so the watermark remain same. Okay, and in truncate is deallocate the data segment, so high watermark comes to 0. So simple example I'll give. Okay, this is a block. Okay, and you delete, let this much data is available. Okay, and let you delete few rows out of it. So now this part is empty in the block, right? So this may allow new insert to come into the block. Okay, so this will remain empty. So the high watermark will remain the same. Okay, let's think about the high watermark of the block. I'm not now taking about the whole segment. I'm just giving a small piece as a block. But if you truncate it, what happens is it completely remove the data. This data is removed. So high watermark remain 0 now. Okay, so this is the different. So this is now a block level. Now you think about, because the table is an
segment level, right? So whenever we create a table, it creates its own segment. So segment level also, the high water mark remains same if you delete it. If you truncate it, it deallocate the data segment, so high water mark becomes 0. I think hopefully you can answer this easily, right? Let's go to next question. So next question is how to insert large, maybe millions of records to a table. Okay, so it is not advised that you put lot of record into tables, right? But let's see what options can be available. Okay, so what we can do is, I have given some method, 3 methods, just see that methods. So one method is we can alter the table with no logging. So what happened that in this case, the read or log generation will be less. Then how will insert with a append hint? Okay, so I have given an append hint, right, into the table. Then select from which table, let this a temporary table from where we are loading into employee table. So this is one option. Okay, so that if you have less logging, so that you can make the insertion faster. Okay, there is one more is CTAG, like create table as, right? But okay, but that is if you do not have any data in the target table, you can do a CTAG. Okay, but let data is already available. You want to just append it and insert it. Okay, so this is one option. Now other option is you can have some kind of setting the table as parallel. Okay, so this is called degree of parallelization. Okay, DOP. Okay, so how it is defined is there are some rules. The rules is what? It is the number of CPUs, okay, into the number of threads, okay, number of threads, sorry, that's okay. Number of thread, THREAD, okay, into 2. Okay, so it is like minimum server and maximum server. These parameters are defined by the DBAs. So you can ask them and you can set it parallel, okay, with that the number. Okay, then what you can do is alter the session enable parallel DML. Then what you can do, insert the table from the temporary table, whichever is the source, and this is the target, right? Then you can commit it. Okay, let's see the another option wherever we are merging method 1 and method 2. Okay, let's see the method 3. So method 3, what we are doing is altering the table with no logging. Okay, then what we are doing, alter the session enable parallel DML. Okay, then we are giving a hint here, load it parallel with 12 is the DOP, degree of parallelization. Okay, DOP. So we are setting it based upon the minimum server and the maximum server. Okay, into the table. Then also parallel from which table? The source table. Okay, so these are the 3 methods. You can tell the interviewer that this is possible to load millions of records or large data into a table. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Hi there, let's go to next question. What is a transaction? It's a very important question and most of the time we forget it. Okay, so whenever we try to answer it. Okay, so let's go through so that easily you can answer this question. So transaction is a logical atomic unit of work that contain one or more SQL statements. Okay, so first we will see the example, then we'll try to understand whatever these definitions are. What is atomicity, what is consistent, and what is isolation, what is durability. Okay. Let's see this example. Okay. So we are starting a transaction, in which case, okay, we are updating this savings table by reducing 500 from an account. The account ID is 3205. Okay. Now what we are doing is, let 3205 has deposited money in this account 3206. So what do we have to do? We are now minusing the amount or deducting the amount from saving account, okay, for the account ID 3205, and in the checking balance we are adding the amount or crediting the amount to this account, right, 3206. Okay, now third thing is, we are tracking the journals from which account how much money is transacted or taken out, okay, and deposited in another account. Okay, so the journal details tell something like, okay, there's a category of transaction, and from 3205 account the money went to 3206. How much amount? 500. Okay, so thing is, this complete thing is called one transaction. Simple example is, let this update is done now, and there is some problem happened here. Okay, so is it correct? Let we have debited 500 from 3205, but we have not deposited in 3206. So this is not a complete transaction, because whenever we do a audit, there will be a problem, because we will not find where this 500 went, right? So the this complete transaction is a package. So definitely this update has to happen, the deduction from the account, then addition or the credit to the another account, and also maintaining the journal, right? These three things should happen together. That's why this is called a transaction. So always, whenever we are doing a transaction, right, the block has to be commit at the end. If you commit it at this point, what happens? You may lose this data if there is a database failure. So always transaction should be in a package, and it has to be committed after the whole package is completed. Okay, let's go and see the definition. Okay, a transaction is a logical atomic unit of work, contain one or more statements. Okay, now we are clear. Then what it should satisfy? It should satisfy ACID, A-C-I-D, atomic, a single unit of operation. We saw that, right? Credit, debit, then journal updation, right? These are one unit. So it has to be work as a one unit. Otherwise, database will not be consistent. Okay. Now, consistent data should move from one consistent state to others. So simple example we saw, right? 500 was deducted from one account minus, and 500 was added to another account. Okay. So initially let state was at 0. Okay. Let it failed here. So what happens is, we will lose around detail of $500 where it went. But if you see this, minus is done and also credit is done for another account, then there is a commit, then database is in another consistent state. So whenever we audit, we still get how much amount is now there? Balance is 0, right? In one account it was debited, then credited. So balance amount is 0, right? This is one consistent state to another. Okay. Isolation. So this is also a very important factor. So always the transaction has to be in isolation. If you merge some transaction, there are chances of that the database may not be in a consistent state. Then durability, because all are so interrelated. The DB should persist even database failure. Okay, even database failure happened here, that is not a problem. If database failure happened here, not a problem, right? In both cases this is consistent. If let this did not happen and database failure happened here and we have a commit written somewhere here, then this database is not at a consistent state because we do not have the tracking of $500. Okay, so we have to write transactions such a way that even database failure happens, DB should be in a persistent state. Hopefully, I think you can answer this question. Let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's go to the next question. What is a data control language? Okay. So let's see the definition. So data control language is like whenever we are granting or revoking privileges. So how to grant? I think this is quite simple. Grant, let's select, insert, update, delete on a table to a user, right? Okay, so how to revoke? Revoke, select, insert, update, delete on table. This is not to, it has to be from user. Okay, there's a mistake. I'll just write it down. It has to be from user. Okay, so this is quite simple. How, if interviewer asks something like what is a DCL, you can answer that. Okay, so let's go to next question. Let's go to the next question. Okay, how to add multiple rows in a single insert statement? Even actually I was not knowing it and I saw that. Okay, so let's see that how to write a single statement wherever we can do multiple insert. Okay, let's check it. Yeah, statement looks like this: insert all. Okay, then I have put, just for example, I have put data we are putting into not only one table, we are putting data into two tables. And this is multiple statements. You can say even single table has two statements we are putting data. Okay. Second, even we are putting into department table. All together we can write insert and we can just write select star from dual. So this statement will insert two records into employee and one record into department. So kindly remember it. If there is a question, you should be able to answer that. Okay, let's go to next question. Yeah, what is a merge in Oracle? Give or write? Give or write syntax. So merge, the interviewer will not ask you to write a very complex code. Rather, he or she may ask you just write the syntax. Let's go and see the syntax. Okay. So syntax is merge into the table T. So in which table? This is a target table. Okay. Or using data set. So you can put a table here or a subquery having the data set. Okay, subquery the data set on condition, on which condition it is going to update the data. So if the condition satisfied, you can do either update or insert. If let not match, you can do insert. So it is pretty simple. If you remember the syntax, at least you can tell it. Okay, one more information I want to tell you that in one interview, somebody asked me what is offset. Okay, offset. Actually, I was not knowing it, but merge and offset are same. Offset is called in different database technologies. Offset is nothing but update plus insert. Okay, update plus insert. The merge is mostly the Oracle guys, they know it. Okay, let somebody is working in other technology, maybe Sybase or SQL Server, they might be using something like offset. Okay, so at least know that offset means a merge. Okay, so that you can easily answer that. Okay, let's go to next question. Yeah, next question is update and delete using correlated subquery. Actually, I have put this question because this was part of ISO 071 certification of SQL. So let's see that. Okay, see that only the syntax. Syntax is enough. Okay. Yeah, how we can write it? Let update employee set, given on one column, any column you can give. Okay, commission equal to commission into 1.5 is something like 50% hike I'm doing with on the commission, where department equal to select department from department number, where E dot department equal to D dot department. Okay, so whenever you write a correlated subquery, right, inside the subquery definitely there will be a join. This is mandatory. Okay, so that should be join. Based upon that, it is going to update the outer data. Okay, similarly deletion also possible. So delete from employee, where department equal to select department from department. Always there should be a condition. Condition is mandatory. Okay, so you can, I think this is probably interviewer may or may not ask this, but this is a question part of ISO 071. Okay, so that's why I discuss about it. Okay, so hopefully you can easily answer it. Okay, so we will go to next chapter.
Hi there. So this is a very interesting topic. So most of the interview will definitely find questions from this. So question is, what is an index? How balance tree works? So there are two questions. Let's try to understand what is an index, and we'll see that how a balance tree works. Okay. So think about a scenario. Let you have a book, right? You have a book around 1,000 pages. Okay, let you want to go to a particular topic. Do you scan through the whole book? No. You always go to the last of the book. You'll find there are some index, right? Okay, with some kind of keywords. Based upon the keyword, there will be a page number, right? Page number X, page number Y, page number Z, something like this, right? You find, okay, this topic is there in page number X. Directly go to the book and find it. So it saves time. So similarly, index is used to help searching faster. Okay, so let's try to see how the balance tree works. Okay. Okay, so I have a small diagram. Okay, how a balance tree works. Actually, there are two kind of trees you'll find. One is balance tree, one is B tree. That is called binary tree. Okay, so one is binary tree. So binary tree you always find with two child nodes. Let this is a root node, Here I have how many nodes? If you say child nodes, 1, 2, 3, right? But if you see binary tree, there will be always 2 nodes. Okay. So now let's try to analyze this situation. Okay. We have an employee table. It has how many records? Around 300. Okay. 300 records. And I have put the balance tree on a column called something like EMP number. Okay, this is a number. And EMP number varies from 1 to 300. Okay, so let's see that I have put an index on employee number column. Okay, so the root node, it has divided into buckets. Can you see this? 1 to 100 one bucket, 100 to 200 one more bucket, 201 to 300 one more bucket. So 300 employee now in 3 buckets. Okay, so now this 1 to 100 bucket has divided into 10. You see, 1 to 10, 11 to 20, then 21 to 30, then last is 91 to 100. Okay, so similarly 1 to 10, it has something like 1 record, second record, third record, fourth record, fifth record. Okay. So now I want to find the employee number 9th, EMP number 9, what is the salary? Okay. How to fetch this record? Okay, what Oracle will do is, okay, try to find it. Is it within 1 to 100? Yes. So definitely it will go to this block. Okay. Now, is it within 1 to 10? Definitely. Okay, it finds here. So it will come to this block. Okay. Now it will find what is the position of this record, 9th, right? So it will find, okay, in the 9th. Then it will find the row ID. So row ID, we know that, right? It has the detail of what kind of segment and where the data is stored, the object name, the data file name, and position of the block where data is stored, right? The row ID. So directly it will go to that block and fetch from the data file to buffer cache. Okay, if there is no data in the buffer cache. If data is there in the buffer cache, it directly go to the buffer cache and find that record. So now you can understand it, how it traverses in the balance tree. Okay, so hopefully you can answer this question, right? Now we'll see what is the definition of the index. We understood it. It is definitely helps us searching the data, right? So you can tell that index are special lookup tables that the database search engine can use to speed up the data retrieval. Okay. Hopefully this is clear. Let's move to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to the next question. This is not a frequently asked question, but let's discuss it. What is the difference between binary tree and balance tree? So balance tree mostly used in Oracle. Okay. So let's go and see the difference. So can have more than 2 branch nodes or children, right? That we already discussed. Binary tree cannot have more than 2 branch nodes. It will be having always 2 nodes, maximum 2 nodes. Okay. B tree is performed when the data is loaded into disk. So mostly you will find in databases the balance tree is used, and binary tree mostly in searching data. It is like mostly you will find this kind of memory structure in RAM. Okay, so there are a lot of differences, but we'll try to find minimum so that we can answer it. Okay, so third one is to insert the data into the B tree is more complicated because it is a balanced tree, right? do lot of sorting and rearranging the blocks whenever you do some modifications, right? Okay, that way binary tree is not that complicated. Okay, so at least remember 3-4 points so that you can answer this. Okay, let's move to next question. Hi there. This is also a mostly asked question. What is a bitmap index? How it is stored in the database? So bitmap, why it is named as bitmap is bitmap is mostly stored in two-dimensional form, okay, in term of bits. So let's see the diagram and try to understand it. Yeah, so bitmap something like this. So it store in two-dimensional array. Simple example I can tell is, let think about it. We have put a bitmap index on job column. Okay, on the job column. So let job around how many jobs are there normally? Clerk, manager, salesman, president, analyst. So it has around 5 different types of jobs. But let users or the employees are many. Let maybe in millions, if you see, not millions, if you see in lakhs, like a big company like Bosch or something like this, they have around 3 lakhs employees, right? 3 lakhs plus. So that case, but job category will be definitely less. So in this scenario, you may use bitmap index wherever the cardinality is less. So how to find the cardinality? Cardinality is something like, what degree of cardinality is? The number of distinct values by number of records. So we have 1 lakh employees. I'll just put it, okay, 1, 2, 3, 5, right? Okay. So this many employees and let only 5 different jobs. What is the cardinality? 5 distinct values divided by number of records, right? If you say this, it's a very small number, right? It's a very small number. That's why it is a candidate for a bitmap index. If cardinality is very low, you can have a bitmap index. Let's see how it is stored. So whenever let 5 different jobs category, it does something like 5 different columns. Okay, and see here the row ID is something stored like this and with bits. Okay, let row ID with employee number 7369 is a clerk, so you'll find clerk 1 means clerk is definitely he is a clerk. He is not a manager, not a salesman, not a president, not an analyst. Similarly 7566, he is not a clerk, he is a manager. So that's why you will find 1 here, rest zeros. Can you find other place 1? No, because he is a manager. Similarly 7788 is a analyst. Okay, similarly you'll find 7902 is an analyst. You'll find there. Okay, now another question comes. Let I added 1 more job. What happens? Oracle does a simple thing, add another column here. Okay, I'll find something like a researcher. Okay, he's a researcher. Okay, so researcher, what it will do is just add a new column with let new record. Here it will put 1, rest it will put zeros. Okay, so at least you can understand now that how bitmap is stored. What is the benefit of bitmap is data fetching will be quite faster. Simple example, think about it. Okay, somebody is a salesman. How many salesmen are there? It will just see the salesman wherever there is a 1 value. Let's think about the manager. Salesman, there is no data. Okay, because then there's a small table I have created. Okay, let manager. How many managers are there? It will just find, okay, 1 record. Number of count is, it would easily tell that yes, only 1. How many analysts are there? 1 plus 1, 2. Right? It's quite easy to fetch. Similarly, who are the analysts?
it will find one, wherever one, these two records, and find the row IDs and fetch the records. It is quite easier. And also if you have two bitmap joins, like this is one bitmap, right? Another bitmap based upon maybe something like gender. If you join salesman with female, easily you can find it, because quickly it will find the data from here as well as from the gender, the index, from the gender bitmap index, and quickly join and give you the record set. Okay, so in which cases you can keep bitmap index? Where there is cardinality is low. Simple example is male, female, right? Even the employees are 1 lakh or 0.1 million, but male, female is only 2 types, right? Similarly, job types. Even the employees are in let 0.1 million or 0.3 million, but job types will be definitely less, right? So this case you can definitely go for bitmap index. Okay, hopefully you can answer this question. Also you can utilize in your day-to-day work. So let's go to the next question. Hi there, let's go to next question. What is reverse key index? What are the benefits and what are the drawbacks? So this is the feature implemented by Oracle 8i onward. Let's try to see how we create it and see the the way it works, so that we can easily answer that. How to create a reverse key is simply using the reverse keyword. Okay, so see the syntax: create index, index name on, this is the table name, this is the column name on which we are creating the index, and just in addition to that we have to give a reverse keyword for reverse key. Okay, so let's try to understand how it works. Okay, okay, let's try to analyze it. Okay, so whenever we use that reverse key index, right, the keyword is reverse. In that case what happens is, we are now doing some kind of mass insert of employee data. So I have kept around something around 11 records, right? That is a mass insert, and that is in a sequence. Okay, so normally what happens in a balance tree, you'll find that if numbers are increasing, right, the index segment keeps the index data in the leaf blocks always towards right. Means if the numbers are increasing, it always keep it towards right. Okay, so what happens is, in rack environment, the right side blocks are mostly hit. Okay, so there are chances of block contention. Okay, so Oracle came with the idea that, okay, let's tell the optimizer that whenever you are putting the index for the column, do one thing: take the reverse of the number. Simple example is like, you see 1001 is reversed as 1001. Now 1002 is reversed as 2001. Okay, so 1003 is reversed as like this. So what happens here? This to this, right? It keep on increasing till 901. So what happens is, let us start it here with 1001. Normally the index values are saved because it is in increasing order towards right. So mostly right side blocks. Suddenly you will see that there is a drop here, right? Can you see there is a drop here? Even this is increased from 1009 to 1010, but it has reduced to 101. So what happens is, now it comes back and it uses some kind of left side leaf blocks. So what is the benefit now? The benefit is like, The index is now across the blocks, not only the right side blocks are hit. So this is the benefit of reverse key. So in this case, what will happen is the insertion will be faster. So whenever you put continuous data, the index is on a increasing order with a sequence. That case, if you put a reverse key, your insertion can be made faster. Okay. So now what is the benefit? Let's see the definition, whatever I have written. Yeah. So benefit is IO contention to insert will be low, so it will fasten the insert process because the index will be spread across the blocks, both right as well as the left sides, right? Left side leaf blocks. What is the drawback? Drawback will be range scan will be slow because the index will be not in a continuous block, right? It will be like distributed across. So that's why range scan will be definitely slow. Even the consecutive data value is distributed across different leaf blocks. Hopefully this is clear, right? And also you can answer this question. Okay, let's go to next question. Hi there. Let's go and go to the next question. Next question, what is function-based index? Let's think about a scenario, okay? Let you want to filter the employee details based upon the upper names. I want to find something like this from EMP where let upper ename equal to, let this is king, okay? So the scenario is like some cases maybe this name is not uniform. Some maybe developers or some customers, they put data something like let probably K-I-N-G, king, K is capital letter. Some put something like all capital letter. Okay, some may put all small letters, right? So searching will be quite difficult. So that case, you cannot put three condition, right? You have to, that case, put three condition. That is not viable, right? You cannot put n different conditions. So if you have index on ename column, it will not work because you have applied a function on top of that. Okay, so how to handle this kind of scenario? You have to apply a index on this, the complete. You apply a function on the column, and on this if you create a function index, this will definitely solve the purpose of this one. You can filter it that case with upper. So let's see the syntax. Okay. See that one, create an index on the function applied on one or multiple columns. So if you say this, the index is created not only on this, it is created on the complete this, right? Upper the name. Okay. Okay. I think this is pretty simple. Hopefully, definitely you can answer this. Let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to next question. How to find the size of index in database? So normally whenever we create an index on a table, it creates its own segment. So we can see the size of the index in user segment table. So let's go and check it. This is the table where we can find the size of a segment. So you will find that there are majorly two types of segment. One is index, one is table. For index,
we can find the size of index segment. So how can we get it? Let's think about one scenario. Let PKEMP. So this is a primary key. That's why one index is created. We will try to find the size of this index. So how can we find it? Where segment name equal to this one, right? And there are chances that there might be multiple segments. So what we can do is we can better to do a sum, and this is in bytes. So take this column bytes. So we'll get the size of the segment in bytes. So how can we find in kilobytes? 1024. We'll just divide it, right? And if I again divide it by 1024, that will be in MBs, right? So let's see what is the size of that index. The size is 0.0625 MB. I think you can easily answer this one, right? Let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to next topic. What is a view? So a view is a logical representation of another table or combination of tables. Okay. So it is something like, let we have some tables, okay, and we can have some kind of logical view on the data, summarize data from these tables, which are basically called the base tables. Okay, so a view is a representation of one table or multiple tables. So now question come, what is key preserved table in a view? This is a very important question. So let's see that and do some kind of examples. Okay. So I'll read out this. A table is key preserved if the table key participates in a view as a key. In short, a key preserved table has its key columns preserved through a SQL join. So this will be very important whenever we are going to delete the base table data through a view. Okay, there is a question comes, can I delete the data through a view? Yes, it is possible. So in that case, we have to know what is a key preserved table in a view. Let's see, I'll just create a view, okay? E.dpt number, right? Okay, so this is alias name E, this is alias name D, right? Let's see, I'll just create it. Okay, view is created. Let's see the data from the view. Okay. No data. Okay, just a minute. Yeah. So there was no data. So I put data into the respective tables. So employee table as well as department table. So you'll see that in the view. Okay. Okay, now see that we have around 14 rows. Okay. I'll just select from employee table to understand what is key preserved table. Okay. See that there are 14 records. This means almost each record key is preserved in this view. Even if I just try to filter also, okay, first I will show you that. Can I now delete from this table some employees? Yes, possible. Look, let's see. I want to delete from this, okay? Smith, can I delete? Yes, I can delete it. Can I delete Dallas from department? Because this is not a key preserved table. If I delete the Dallas, what will happen? If you see how many Dallas are there? So many, right? So it will delete only one record from department table, but when you try to delete from the view, it has how many records? More than 5 maybe, right? So it looks odd, right? How can it tell deleted 5 rows? It's not possible. Okay, let's try to delete and check it. I'll just delete from EMP department. Okay, where I'll put something like I completely delete that department 20. I can delete because this key is preserved in this view. This is a key preserved table, this employee, because you look each record, it looks like it's a record. It has everything. It's something like it represent a unique record of this view is a unique record in employee. Okay, so now I'll delete from department 20. It will delete everything from where DPT number equal to 20. It will delete everything from the employee table which are department 20. Just see that. Can you see 5 record deleted? Is it deleted from department table? No. Let's see. Select star from DPT. Okay. Department table will be still there. I'll show you that. Can you see department 20 is still there, right? Dallas is still there. Okay. I'll see from employee table. So whatever you saw that 5 record deleted, right? It deleted from the employee table, from EMP. So you will not find the department 20 data here. Okay, can you find 20? You will find then 30, then 10, right? Then 30. There is no department 20. Okay, I'll create a view based upon only filter of data. That also you just look into that. Okay, create table department. Let filter, I will give name. Okay, this is a filter. Wherever I will filter something like and DPT number equal to 30. Okay, so this is a filter value. Okay, ambiguous, right? I'll put D dot. Okay, let's see. So it has only 30 department data. Okay, let's see. Select star from this. Now, so you may tell that, okay, it does not have all the record of employee. Can I delete? Yes, I can delete it because this record also represent the unique record present in the department table. Okay, let's try to delete from this. Okay, delete from which table? This table. I'll put directly employee number. Employee number. Let this one. Yes, one record deleted. Actually, it is one record deleted from the base table. Just see that. What was the one record? 7499, right? 7499 should not be there. Okay. You will see that there are 8 records. Do you find anywhere 7499? 7499? No, it is deleted. So hopefully you understand that key preserved table, right? Because most of the guys, I think they cannot answer this question because it is like little ambiguous to understand. Hopefully you can at least understand this one and answer this question. And question can come, can I delete from a view? Yes, it can be possible if the table is key preserved in the join. So that you can answer it. Okay. So let's go to next question. Next question is, what is a complex view? Let's see the definition. Yes. A complex view created using a single table or multiple table
In single data, it is summarized on one or more columns. Even if it is taking from single table, let I'm grouping by department. Let I'm taking the summation of salary department wise. Even it is only one table, but still it is a complex view. Okay. So hopefully you can answer these questions, right? Let's go to next question. This question was already answered, right? Can a base table data be updated if the view is updated? Definitely yes. Okay. You can answer is something like this. If there is a key preserved table in the view, if data can be updated in the base table, if view is updated. So it is like the data can be updated in the base table if view is updated. I think this is clear, right? Let's go to next question. Yeah, next question is, what is a materialized view? So first, we now know that like what a view is. View is something like logical representation of one or more table data, right? This is a view. It's a logical. So when one base table is dropped, you cannot access any data from the view. It's not possible. Okay. And let all are not there, you cannot see anything. Even single is not there, you cannot see any data, because this will throw error. Okay. Because it always picks data from the base tables. Okay. What is a materialized view? Let's think about a scenario. You have a remote site. Okay. And sometime the network is not there. You need to keep the data. Simple example, I can tell you that I worked in a treasury project wherever the treasury offices were in remote location, and some of the master data was needed to work. So what we used to do is we used to have some kind of materialized view so that data will be always available. Even there is no network, still data will be available here. And what we used to do is every day, end of the day, there is a job which runs to refresh the materialized views. Okay, so let's see the definition and try to understand it. Okay. What I explain is the simplest one. You can tell this definition. Okay, what is a materialized view? Materialized view is a materialized view in Oracle is a table segment whose contents are periodically refreshed based upon a query, either against a local or remote table. So just like a table, because whenever you create a table, it creates a segment for itself, right? Similarly, materialized view also has a segment for itself, and which is refreshed periodically from a remote table. Okay. So let's go to next question. Yeah. So the next question is, what are the different method of refreshing a materialized view? Okay. So this question also interviewer can ask. Okay. Let's go and see that. Okay. So there are three major types or three different methods we can refresh a materialized view. One is complete. The table segment supporting the materialized view is truncated and repopulated completely using a associated query. Okay. So what happens is, in this case, that there will not be any materialized view log, because it is going to refresh every time. Okay. And there is a force refresh. It's called a fast refresh. If one is not possible, a complete refresh is performed. So force refresh or fast refresh is something like a delta refresh wherever only delta records are refreshed. Okay. So that is one more method. The refresh can be triggered in one or two ways. What is on commit? The refresh is triggered by committing the data changes is one of the dependent table. So if you put a command something like, okay, whenever create this materialized view on commit refresh, so if any of the base table is changed, it automatically triggers to refresh the materialized view. On demand, manually also you can refresh it. There are some Oracle commands you can refresh the materialized view. Yeah, so let's go to the next question. What is the privilege required to create a view? I think this is wrong. I'll just change it now. Yeah, the question is, what is the privilege required to create view? Okay, let's see that. Yeah, I will see that what is the privilege required to create a view, right? Okay. So below privileges are required to create a view. Create a view or create any view. So create view is something like specific to a schema. Okay, you can create your own schema, but create any view you can create in any other schema. Normally DBA, you can create any view, you can create in this schema, you can create in other schemas, right? Okay, but this is normally not provided by DBA to anybody. Okay. Hi there. Let's go to next set of questions. We are going to answer around 3 questions here. Sequence is actually a lot of things anybody can ask. Okay, so let's go through question one by one. What is a sequence? What is cache in sequence? What is cycle and what is no cycle? So let's go and answer them one by one. Okay, so let's answer the first one. What is a sequence? Sequence, which is a database object from which multiple users can able to generate unique integers. Okay, so it is not numbers because number can be negative, right? But here it creates unique integers. Okay, now next question is, what is a cycle? Cycle is something like whenever you create a sequence, you can set a limit. Let's think about it. You have given a max limit of 1000. There is a min limit as well as the max limit. Let you have said something like max limit is 1000. Min limit is maybe 100. So whenever you make it cycle, right? Whenever it reaches 1000, again it reset to 100. Again it goes to 1000. Whenever it reaches 1000, again reset back to 100. So this is called cycle. Let you have set a maximum size 1000, but you have set no cycle. So once you reach 1000, next value it will throw an error. You have already reached the max value. Okay. So now what is a cache? Cache is something like, let you have to do a lot of inserts, or you have to do some kind of operations. You need some kind of bulk data update or bulk data insert. Okay, so that case you can set a cache. So what happens is, the user 1, there are user 1, user 2. Okay, there are two users, and whenever you access the sequence, let cache size is something around 10. It will 10 sequence store for the user 1. So whenever user 2 is going to access this sequence, so next set of 10 will be stored for him. Simple example is, let first 1 to 10 will be given to user 1. Whenever user 2 access it,
11 to 20 will be given to user 2. Okay, so let user 1 has used only 3, 1 to 3. Okay, so now 4 to 10 will be lost. 4 to 10 will be lost. Okay, user 2 will still use only 11 to 20. So now you can understand it, right? What is the cache? You can use either cache or no cache. If you use cache, means it is going to cache certain number of sequence in the memory so that it will be faster to access. Okay, let's go and create one sequence. Okay, so this is the syntax, right? Okay, so you can give the sequence name SEQ, probably let 1, start with maybe I will start with 1, increment 1, no cache, no cycle. Okay, less. Okay. Yeah, what happens is sometime your Oracle Cloud, you need to refresh it. Okay, if you keep it inactive for maybe 5-10 minutes. Okay, I'll just run it now. Okay, sequence is created. So how to access the sequence? It's very simple. Select SEQ 1 dot next val. Next val from dual. Okay. So you can see that, right? Okay. So I think this is pretty simple. Or if you want to see that others also, I can just show you that. Let's create a sequence with all this, okay? So all this functionality start with max value is 10, mean value is 1, no cycle, cache 5. Okay, I'll just run it. Okay, sequence is created. Now max value is 10, right? I have put no cycle. So let's see what happens if I reach the highest value. We'll see that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It should now fail, right? So it has failed, right? It has exceeded the maximum, right? So now you know what is the mean value, what is the max value. And always it will, if you have cycle, automatically it will reach to that. I will create one more and make it cycle, right? Max value I'll put it maybe little less so that I don't have to query. Okay, mean value I'll put maybe 3. So this I'll put it 3. Okay, let's see. Cache must be okay because size is less. So cache I'll just put 2. Okay. Now I'll see that in test 1. Okay. What is the starting value? You will find 3 because minimum started with 3, right? 3. Now see the next value. 4. Next value 5. So once it's read the 5 value, because it's cycle, it has to again come back to 3. So you can see that it has come back to 3, right? Okay. Let's go to the next question. Hopefully you can answer this. Hi there, let's go to the next question. What is privilege to create a sequence? What are the privileges required to create a sequence? What are sequence data dictionaries? Okay, this is a pretty simple and straightforward question. Okay, so what are the privileges required? One is something like create sequence privilege to create sequence. If this privilege is not there for a schema, it cannot create any sequence. And this is something like any sequence if you add it, it is means it has a privilege to create in any schema, let there are multiple schemas, okay? Let there is multiple schema. This is schema 1, schema 2, schema 3. Okay. If this has create sequence privilege, it can create within itself. And this has any sequence, something like create any sequence privilege. So it can create any schema, including its own schema. Okay. This is clear, right? Okay. So next is, what are the data dictionary you can see about the sequence? Actually, a lot of information you can see. It is like what is the mean value, max value, cache, no cache, cycle, everything you can see in the data dictionary. Okay, just see one data dictionary so that we can easily answer the question. Okay, we had created one sequence, right? So I'll just try to see from there what the sequence we created. Sequence 1, right? So let's select start from user sequence where sequence name equal to, so it should be in upper, I think. Okay, so 1 minute, I will just make it upper. seq underscore test. Okay, let's try to filter it. Table does not user sequences, maybe 1 minute. Let's see. Yes, so we can find it, right? You see that the max value is 10, and second one we made it max value to 1, right? I'll put it like, so that we'll see that both. Okay, see here. So one was mean value 1, then max value was 10. One we set it 3, another, and the max value was 5, right? Increment by 1 both. One was cycle, one was no cycle, you can see it, right? Cache size also you can see it. One was 5, one was 2. Then yes, you can find the last number. Okay, after you execute all those, right, you can find the max numbers also. Okay. Yeah, so hopefully you can answer this easily, right? This is pretty simple. So let's go to next question. Hi there, let's go to the next question. What is a synonym? What are the types of synonym? So let's go to the definition. Okay, so a synonym is an alias for a schema object. Synonyms can provide a level of security by masking the name and the owner of an object, and by providing location transparency for remote object for a distributed database. And there are two types of synonyms. One is private, one is public. And private is for its own schema. So let's try to understand it. Okay. Let you have one schema. Okay, the schema is, I'll give the schema name Scott. Okay, Scott. It has a table something like probably EMP table, right? The normal table what we know, EMP table. Okay, and there are some users. This is user U1, this is user U2. Okay, now what I'll do is I will create first a public synonym. Okay, let public synonym is created something like is employee. Okay, this is the public synonym. Okay, so how U1 is going to access this one? He can do something like, how to search it? Directly select star from employee. Okay, so in this case, no need to give the
schema alias here, right? Normally how we access it, if you don't create a public synonym, you just give select access. How you access it? You access something like this, right? Scott dot employee, right? Like this, right? You use something like this. But if you use a public synonym, directly you give this one, automatically it translates into what is the owner of this one plus what is the actual name. Okay. So what is the benefit now? Definitely it is just one level of security. It hide it. The user one may not know that who is the actual owner of this employee table and what is the actual name of the table. See, employee name is hidden from U1. U1 only knows that this is the table available for him. He does not know, he or she does not know what is the schema. So in a distributed environment, okay, in a distributed environment, it helps in security and masking the name of the object and owner of the object. So this is public synonym. Now think about a private synonym. Private synonym means inside this I create another name. So if I use something like instead of employee, okay, I can give some better name for the users can use it. Let instead of employee I give some other name. Okay, something like EMPL. So this EMPL will be used inside only the Scott schema. Others users cannot see it. If somebody connect to Scott schema, then only they can access it. Okay. So now you can easily tell like what is a private synonym, what is a public synonym, and how it helps in masking the name and the owner at some kind of extra level of security. Okay, in distributed database. Hopefully it's easy for you to answer it, right? So let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to next question. What is all DBA and user in viewing data dictionary? It's a very important question. Let's check that. Okay, what is user is? User view what is in user schema. All is like expanded view from other schema if you have access. DBA is something like DBA can see all user schema access. Okay, simple, we'll check one thing. Okay, let there is a user called X. Okay, it has some table, something like P is one table, Q is one table. Okay, let another user is Y. Okay, it has two tables, something like A is one table, B is one table. Okay, now in user view, X will see P and Q. Okay, similarly user view, Y will see A and B. Simple example I'll give you is, what is the table is? Let user, I'll take user table. Okay, in this, if I fire here, I will see the X will see only P and Q table and Y will see only A and B table. Okay, now we'll see about all table. Okay, so in this case, let Y has given select permission on table A to X and Y has given P select permission to Y. So in all table, what X will see? X will see P and Q plus, because Y has given A table read access or select access to X. So that's why X will see plus A. Okay, in which table? All table. In this table, all table. Okay, so what Y is going to see? Y is going to see similarly in all underscore table own tables A and B plus whatever is X has given select privileges to Y is P. So Y will see A, B and P. Okay. So this is clear. Now let's go to DBA. So what DBA will see? DBA underscore table, whether A gives permission or not hardly matters. DBA can see PQ as well as AB. DBA will see PQ and AV. It can see all the objects of or all the tables of both the schema or all the schemas. Okay, let's go to next question. How to find the source code of a procedure? I think it is quite easy. We can get from user source, right? Let's see the answer. F7. Yeah, the answer is select star from user source. Okay, then we have to just pass the procedure name, right? Okay, it's quite easy. Let's go to the next question. How to find all invalid objects in database? Okay, so actually it should not be database, in your own schema. Okay, because whole database only DBA can see that. Okay, even the question comes like invalid objects in all the databases, you have to tell that which data dictionary DBA has to look into, right? Let's check that. X7. Okay, so we can select from all objects where status is invalid. Simple, right? This will give the own schema plus whatever access from other schema, right? Okay, other schema. Okay, if all invalid objects inside the database, then this has to be replaced with DBA underscore objects. Okay, DBA underscore objects. Okay, I think hopefully this is clear, right? Okay, let's go to next set of questions. Hi there. Let's go to next question. It's a very important question. What are system privileges and what are object privileges? Okay, let's see that. Okay, I'll just read out this. Majorly there are two types of privileges. One is system level, one is object level. The system level privilege is the right to perform a particular action or to perform an action on any schema object of a particular type. Simple example I can tell you is create table, right? Create table. It is a system privileges. You can create table with any name, but whenever object privileges is right, it is related to particular object. Simple example I can tell, grant select on EMP to a user, okay, to a user. So you see this on EMP, so it is a particular object. So this is a object privilege. Create table. This privilege is not related to any particular table name, right? Any object name. That's why it is called a system privilege. Okay, you please differentiate between these two. So the many times the people get confused that create table is an object privilege. No. So I can show you also that. Okay. Select star from user sys privs, right? These are all system privileges. Let's see. Okay. Can you see this one? Create table is system privileges, right? Create cluster is system privileges. Create view system privileges. So it's not related to particular object name or particular object, something like employee is a particular object, right? So at least we can now understand what is the difference between system privilege and object privilege, right? Yeah, this is pretty simple. What are the privileges granted to a table? So this is simple. We have select, right? Then we have delete, update, right? And insert. Okay. And so let's see the answer. Okay. Yeah. So basically we have select, insert, update and delete. These are the privileges normally granted to a table. Okay. So let's go to next question. What is any table privilege? Okay. I think many cases we have already discussed is, right? Any means you can create in any schema, right? Okay. Let's go and check it. So basically it's a system level privilege. Any option means user can create table in any schema. Okay. So hopefully this is clear. Let's go to next question. This is a tricky question. What is grant all on a table? Okay. What this all means? Okay. Let's check it. Okay. So it is same as giving all the privileges to a table to a user. Simple example is if I write something like grant all on employee to user 1 means same as writing all the privileges grant, select, insert, delete, update and delete on employee to the user, right? Okay. Okay, I think we completed here the privileges. Let's go to next set of questions. Hi there. Let's go to next question. What is a role? So let's see the definition. So basically role is a group of privileges. Find all the privileges attached to a role. So how to create a role? Create role, role name. Then how to grant to a role? Grant, select on, let employee to the role name. Okay. So why role is important is, let's think about a scenario. Okay. Maybe there are thousands of objects. Okay. Let 1,000 plus tables are there. Okay. And is it possible so that you grant like this, select on this table, select on this table, like 1,000 table to employee? Is it possible? Each employees or each database user is not feasible. That's why role are created so that it's like it's a group of privilege put into a role so that only role will be granted to a database user. That will be quite easy, right? Okay. So how to create a role? We saw that create role, role name. So how to grant privileges to role? Let's simple example. I will create a role X. So how I have to give grant? Select, grant, select on employee to X. Grant, select on department to X. Simple. Okay. And find the privilege attached to a role. This is the data dictionary. You can just memorize it. So this will be helpful whenever you probably day to day your activity, or if you have any interview question, you can easily answer it. So you have to give grantee, okay, the role name. So if I put X here, I should see these two privileges from user tab prefs. Okay. Now how to find all the roles in the database? You can easily find the roles from DBA roles. Okay. It's quite easy. Okay. So let's go to next question. So question is, what is a system role and what is a user role? Let's go and see. F7. Oracle Role Manager provides predefined system role. There are some predefined roles are there. What is created in Oracle Role Manager? And what are the user role created based upon our need? Let for our application, we need few roles. Simple example I can tell is, let there is a admin role, okay? There is a manager role. There is a clerk role. So what happens is, let clerk has some access to few tables, manager has some access to few tables, let admin have all the access to all the tables. So this is just an example. Any role we are creating based upon our need is called user roles. Okay? So hopefully you can easily answer this question.
Hi there. Let's go to the next question. The topic is regarding flashback. So what is flashback in Oracle? Okay, so you might have seen the recycle bin, right, in the Windows machines, right? So whenever you delete a file or delete a folder, you can still go to the recycle bin and restore it, right? So Oracle has also same functionality. Yeah. So in Oracle, it is something like you can set the recycle bin on. If the recycle bin is on, whenever you drop a table, so normally it goes and be there in the recycle bin. Okay. So let's think about a scenario. Let you are working on a database, and by mistake you dropped the very vital table, let employee table. Okay. So if the recycle bin is on, the employee table will be there in the recycle bin. You can easily restore it. So how can you restore it is the simple command, flashback employee v4 to drop. This command will restore back the employee table. Okay, so now question comes, because you may not set the recycle bin property. So normally DBA can set it. So how can you know the recycle property is on? So this also can be question, how you can know the recycle property is on. Okay. You can fire this query. Okay. This is a data dictionary view. Okay. So you can, what you can do is you can just fire this query, flashback on. If it is yes, you will find that flashback is there. Okay. So that if you drop a table, you can find in recycle bin. So let's go and see in the hands-on. Okay, so let's create a table. Test. I'll just put some dummy data, or sorry, dummy column names. This is number. Okay, NUMBER number 1. Okay. Yeah, table is created. Okay, I'll put some record into that. Insert into test values. Okay, 1. I'll put another record. 3. Okay, so let's see the data. Start from test. So there are 3 records, right? 3 records. Okay. And by mistake, you drop this table. Okay. So let's drop it to simulate the same scenario. Okay, drop, test. Okay. Yeah, table is drop. Okay, now try to find the data. Data does not exist, right? The table does not exist, that's why there is no data, right? Okay, so table is gone now. So let's see the table is there in recycle bin or not. Okay, so this is the table wherever Oracle store the dropped tables. Okay. Okay, now see this is a test, right? We create a test, and what Oracle did is it put into recycle bin with a new name. Can you say this? This is the new name of the table. It's like some kind of junk name, right? And it has put also to track it. Okay, the original name was test. Okay, so how we can see that is the same table or not. What I can do is I'll just copy this one. Still I can query from this. Okay, this is the new name, right? From this I can see the data. Let's see these 3 records are there or not. How you can do it? Select star from this one. This may not work, so you have to put in double quotes. Let's see, it's not working, right? Do one thing, put something like double quotes. So this will fetch you whatever data was there in the test. So can you see this? This is the 3 records, right? Okay, so now you are sure that the table is in recycle bin. So how can we revert back, right? So this is the command flash flashback table. Okay, then table name was test, right? 2 before drop. So this will again revert back the table to its original name. Okay, now we'll see in the recycle bin. It should not be there in the recycle bin now. Okay, can you see that? Original name test not there, right? Now test table is restored. Let's try to paste the data. Okay. Now you can see that. You can easily fetch the data, right? So provided the recycle bin property has to be on to avail this the benefit. Okay. So easily you can answer these questions, right? Okay. Okay, one more thing I want to tell you that you can drop the table. Let data is now see, okay, data is there in the table, right? Okay, so what I'll do is one more way I'll drop it. Drop the table with purge option. What this purge means? Purge means something like when you delete the file, right? Control delete is it deletes from the recycle bin. Similarly, you can drop with a purge option, mean you will not find in the recycle bin. See, this is dropped. You will not find in the recycle bin now. So once you drop with the purge option, there is no chance you can restore it from recycle bin. Okay, so hopefully you can definitely answer this question, as well as you can utilize this feature in your day-to-day work. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Hi all, this is a very interesting topic, flashback query. Okay, let's think about a scenario. By mistake, you modified some data. Can you see the old data? Simple example is, let you are working on some kind of very sensitive data. Let you are working on employee table and you modified somebody's salary and you do not know what was the salary before. So how can you see that? Okay, let's try to explore what Oracle provides the features so that we can see the historical data. Okay. Yeah, just see that Oracle provides something like, let test the table, you modified some data, okay, and you want to go back to history and find the data. So in this case, I have just given a sysdate. 1 is what? Sysdate minus 1 is 1 day before, right? 1 by 24 is 1 hour. By 60 is 1 minute. I have made something like 6 seconds before what was the data. Okay. So 1 by 24 is what? 1 hour into 60 is 1 minute. Again into 60 is 1 second. If you multiply with 6, so what happens is 6 cancel out, it is 10. So 600, right? Here I have taken 6 seconds. You can take even maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, and you can see the data. Okay, so let's go and see some kind of hands-on. Okay, let's try to find the data in employee table. Okay, I'll just see that. Okay, the data is now, let Smith has 800 salary. What we'll do is, I will change the salary to some other value. Okay, I'll just keep a track of this one. Okay, so that it will be helpful for us. Okay, so this is the value. Okay, I'll change the salary of Smith. Update EMP set sal equal to, I'll make something like probably 1200. Okay, where EMP number equal to this one, right? This is EMP number, right? Okay, this is the value. Okay, now data is modified, right? It is now 1200. Let's see the new value. What is the new value? New value is 1200. Okay, now let's try to find it. What was the value before the modification? Okay. Yeah, how to find it is like, we'll do something like select star from EMP. Okay, edge of timestamp. Okay, what I'll do is sysdate minus sysdate, right? Sysdate. I'll do sysdate minus 1. Okay, minus 1 by 24. This is 1 hour, right? So I'll multiply with 60 means 1 minute before what is the data. Let's try to fire the query. Okay, 1 minute before it is telling something like this. Okay, I'll make it 2 minutes before. Can you say this? 2 minutes before the data was 800, right? This way you can see the like previous data or historical data, but to a certain extent, as long as the data is in the undo segment. Okay. So hopefully you can answer this. Also in your like day-to-day work, you can utilize this, the feature. Okay. So let's go to the next question. Hi there. Let's go to the next topic. It's a very interesting topic. Managing data in different time zones. Okay. So what kind of question come is like, how can I store local timestamp? So I'll just give a scenario. Let's think about Amazon. So Amazon has millions of users, right? They're accessing from different time zones. Somebody is accessing from US, somebody is accessing from Europe, somebody is accessing from India, somebody is accessing from Japan. So how can we store the local timestamp in this cases, right? So we'll see that how Oracle provides benefit or special features so that we can store the local timestamp. Okay, just note that I have created one small table. Okay, it has an ID and this is the local timestamp. Okay, so this storing the client machine timestamp. Let somebody is accessing from Japan, it has to pick the Japan timestamp. If somebody is accessing from Europe, it has to pick the Europe timestamp. Okay, and this is basically to store the database timestamp. It's a good practice that if you can store both, it will be helpful for you. Okay, so how to put data into that? I have created this current table right here. So I have put this one. Current timestamp is something like this is the session timestamp from where the user is accessing the database. Okay, and timestamp is basically the timestamp of the database. Okay, so go to and see the scenario. Okay, so in this scenario, we have two users. One user is connecting from Europe and one is from US. Okay, and database is something in GMT time zone. Okay, so let's how to store for this user London timestamp with the time zone and the timestamp with US Pacific for this user. Okay, so there are two options. You can either alter the session with time zone, okay, for US Pacific, or one more thing what you can do is you can pass the time along with a time zone so that we can store the data. Okay, so let's go and have some kind of hands-on. Okay, so let's create the table. So you can see that whichever in the slide I have just copied it. Okay, so there's the ID, then there is a local timestamp, okay, with the time zone, and there is a plain timestamp. Okay, so let's create it. Okay, I'll try to find the data in this. Okay, so there is no data, right? So what I'll do is let one user is accessing from US Pacific. So what I'll do is I'll change the time zone for that user, right? Okay, I have changed it to US Pacific. So definitely in this session, what data I'll see? I should see this US Pacific, right? Let's see. Okay, US Pacific. So what I'll do is I will put only one record. Okay, so this current timestamp will always pick whichever is the session time zone set. Okay, then this session I have set US Pacific, right? So current timestamp will pick US Pacific. Let's run only one record. Okay, one record inserted. Let's try to find the data. Okay, now can you say this? In this case, it is picking the database time. So this time is different. Can you see this 5:56, right? This is GMT time, okay? This is the sys timestamp data, and current timestamp data has taken the US Pacific, right? Can you see this US Pacific? And this time are different. Okay. Now, so this is one way you can put the local timestamp data. There is another way. So let's think about it. I want to put the record for Los Angeles, USA. Okay, I can put something like this along with the timestamp. This is the timestamp, okay, data. Along with, I can pass this one, what is the time zone. So I'll just run it. Okay, okay. Now I'll see that data. You can see that, right? So it has put the Los Angeles data also, right? Okay. Now I'll run for another. That is for Europe, London, right? Okay, I'll just run it. Yeah, okay. So we'll see that now. Yes. So it should have come. Now see here, this third record, right? Third record, Europe, London has come. So how can we save the local timestamp? You can change the session of the timestamp, or we can pass along with the timestamp and we can store it. Okay, so this will be helpful at this one will be helpful that you want to do some kind of migration. Okay, and data is probably in some format you want to put the data into database in like other time zone. Okay, so you can take your timestamp along with, you just put it and convert it to timestamp, and you can put the data into different time zone. Okay,
Hopefully, it will be like easy for you to answer these questions, right? Okay, let's move to the next question.
Hi there. So this is the next question from managing data in different time zones. So another question is like, let data is already there in one time zone. So how can you convert into another time zone? So let's think about a scenario. Let the database in GMT. Okay. So all the data was stored with the GMT time zone. Then what happened is, let the company, they wanted to move the database to another time zone. Okay, so they wanted that something like, okay, convert all the GMT to probably EST or maybe IST, but it has to convert the time as well. So time also has to change. If think about it, probably the data is in GMT, right? Whenever you convert to let EST, so the time also accordingly change. So how much time it has to minus, it has to do it correctly, right? So let's do it. What Oracle provide the functions, what we can use it. Okay. Okay. So just see that there is a new time functions. Okay. So new time function, what it does, it takes the one time format. Okay, let this is the time. Okay, let I am converting from EST to GMT. Okay, so this is the source. So the first one is the parameter is source. Okay, source, and second one is the target. Okay, so very simple. So new time, pass the timestamp and give from which time to which time. So you see that this time also is going to change, because in EST to 12:25 p.m. will never be same in GMT. Okay, so let's see this example in Hanson. Okay. Okay, so let's say that this is a simple syntax. I am just converting the display the time in this format. Okay, so normally what happens is, if you see this one, the time session time format is like this. Okay, if you see select sysdate, what happens? Sysdate. Okay, sysdate from dual. Okay, it does not display the hour minute, right? Okay, so what I have done is, that's why I set it to along with the years display the hour minute and seconds. Okay, with AM PM it's something like 20 sorry, this is 12 hours format. Okay, now I have set it. Now I'll run this query. Okay, so first we'll analyze this query. So this is the EST data. Okay, so see this is the EST data 12:25:04 p.m. Okay, and I have to convert from source as EST, targeted GMT, right? Now run it. So output should not be this 12, right? Okay, let's see that. It should be, I think, something. Okay, so you see this. Now EST time is 12:25 p.m. but whereas the GMT time is 5:25 p.m. Okay, so EST is little prior to GMT, right? Okay, almost I think around 4 to 5 hours. This is 5 hours. Okay, so 5 hours prior to GMT. So GMT is 5 hours ahead of the EST. So you can say that it has converted the time accordingly. So it's quite easy. You can just tell that if you use new time, you can pass the time column and you can tell which time zone as the source and which time zone as the target. It will automatically convert it. Okay, hopefully I think this question is also clear, right? So you can easily answer this question. Okay, let's move to the next question.